We are broadcasting.
Push the button. Green button.
The green, yeah. So the button on the right, Stephanie, if you hit it and it lights up green, it means you are you're broadcasting. So I'm just going to kind of leave mine on for lack of anything better. Okay. Okay. It is 10 o'clock on May 20th. I am Gary Lamel, the chairman. I am calling to order the monthly meeting of the South Carolina Commission on Disabilities and Special Needs, and would call upon Commissioner Blackwood to read the notice of meeting statement, please.
A meeting notice announcing the date, time, and place of the May 20th, 2021 Commission meeting was distributed May 18th, 2021 to appropriate media and other groups or individuals who have requested notification. The announcement and agenda were posted at the Department of Disabilities and Special Needs Central Administrative Office and on the website. The public has been notified that accommodations such as interpreters, mobility assistance, or other assistance will be provided to individuals with disabilities and special needs if requested in advance.
Thank you. Next thing would be the welcome. We do have a few more people in here today than we have had, which is good. It's a sign that things are slowly starting to return to normal. We also have a new commissioner here today. Gary, if you could take just a moment, please, to introduce yourself.
My name is Gary Coher. I always say it's not co-him, it's co-her. That makes it easy. The C's silent. I'm pleased to be here. It's been quite a chore getting here, to be truthful about it, but hopefully things will get better from now on.
Great. Thank you, Gary, and welcome. The next item is the adoption of the agenda. Would entertain a motion to adopt the agenda as presented. Thank you, Ms. Rawlinson.
Second.
Thank you, Barry. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the agenda is adopted. I'm up for the invocation. We should be remembered for the things we do. The things we do are more important than what we say or what we look like. The things we do outlast our mortality. The things we do are like monuments that people build to honor heroes after they've died. Instead of being made out of stone, these monuments are made out of the memories people have of us. A fulfilled life doesn't point to the number of years, awards, wealth, or followers someone has amassed for themselves, but the number of faces that smile because of them. Let us work together today to make our consumers, their families, our provider network, and the citizens of South Carolina smile when they think of us. In closing, let us remember the words of Muhammad Ali. Service to others is the rent you pay for your room here on earth. Thank you. The next item is the approval of the April 15th, 2021 Commission meeting minutes. Hopefully everybody had a chance to review those before. That is tab 1 of your notebooks. Does anybody have any changes, corrections, or additions to the minutes as presented?
Wait 1 second. I need to look at something. I don't.
Okay. Anybody else? Any changes, additions, or corrections? Hearing none, would entertain a motion to approve the minutes as presented.
So moved.
Thank you. Thank you. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the minutes are approved. Next item on the agenda.
Let me say that Christy continues to do a better and better job each month with that. We are wonderful.
Very much so. Thank you. Next up, would recognize Liz Lamont for the Employee of the Year Award.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
So each year we recognize the Employee of the Year, and they are nominees from the regional centers. And as you know, this past year has been quite a difficult challenge for all of our employees out in the regional centers and in the central office. However, we do have an Employee of the Year that has been nominated, and we would like to present her today. She is from the Winton Center Regional Center, and Randy Davis is the facility administrator. And at this time, we would like to recognize Shanna Wyatt as the 2020 Employee of the Year. At this time, Randy's going to present and talk about how wonderful of an employee she is and all the great things she accomplished this year. And then we would like for her to present and as well, if she feels comfortable enough to do so. All right.
Good morning. Again, my name is Randy Davis. I'm the facility administrator at Witten Center, and it is indeed my pleasure to present to you Ms. Shana Wyatt. Shana is a DSP. She is a supervisor in Unit 204 at Witten. Shana came to work with us June of 2016, and we were talking on our way down to the meeting today. And I don't think Shana would ever have thought that she would be standing before you today receiving this honor. Shana does such wonderful work. She's described as compassionate and dedicated and dependable and hardworking, never seeking anyone's approval in the way that she does her work. She does her work with excellence because she cares about the people that she serves. And that's why she never would have thought she would be here. She does it because it's the right thing to do. And she serves the people at Witten. So Shana is a wonderful coworker and very deserving of this award. And we hope to have her for another 30 plus years, you know. We've got 5, so we're working on 4. So again, I'm very thankful for Shana.
Thank you.
Also, another token of appreciation, we received $1,000 bonus. So I'd like to present that to you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, that's good.
Thank you.
That's really good.
And Shana, if y'all are gonna hang out for the rest of the meeting, I don't know what your plans are, but if you are, or at the break, we'd like to get a picture with all the commission. If that's the case, you guys
Yeah.
hang out.
Okay, all right. I would also like to take this opportunity to recognize the other nominees at the regional centers. And at this time, the names are Melinda Hendricks from Salibi Regional Center, Erica Samuels, PD Regional Center, Princess Butler from Midlands Regional Center, and Rachel Cheggy Gatumbi from Coastal Regional Center. And each of them will receive a $500 bonus. So we do appreciate their service.
Mr. Chairman, on behalf of the commission, I'd like to see us do some kind of PR to thank these folks. I know we're looking for employees to work in those areas, and I think we should hold these folks up as exemplary. So if we could get our PR team on that and have some PR work done to congratulate them publicly, newspaper ads, whatever it takes, I think, to get that word out there.
Okay. One other thing that I would like to present, we sent out an email this morning. We normally would present employee service awards and pins to our central office staff. And as you know, we celebrated employee appreciation yesterday, and I think the event went very well. And we appreciate the commission members coming out and helping out, give out food and chairs. And we had a great time. Commissioner Miller and I had a really good time giving out food. So we appreciate you and Gary, Mr. Commissioner Lamel giving out the chairs as well. So we appreciate it. During the day, we normally would recognize service awards. So we didn't get a chance to do that yesterday, but I would like to read off the names for the central office employees here and their years of service. 10 years service, Christy Barton, Autism Division, Chauncey Ford, Accounts Payable, Candace Goldston, Procurement and Supply, James Nichols, Crisis Response, Rhonda Ritchie, Service Line Program Management, Hester Wanamaker, Risk Management. 20 years, Jean Bowman, Risk Management, Susan Beck, Executive Office, Loretta Dykes, Accounts Payable, Patrick Fagan, Operations, Colleen Honey, Executive Office, Cassandra Jackson, Cost Analysis, Deborah Leopard, Contracts, Deborah Smith, Operations. And last but not least, 30 years, Catherine Browder, Autism Division, Yolanda Goodwin, IDRD Division, Lanai Harris, Eligibility Division, Tonda Davis, Autism Division, and Shirley Wilson, Engineering and Planning. So if we could give them a round of applause for this. The executive team members are going to be given their certificates and their pens to issue to each of them. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Liz.
All right. The next item on the agenda is the appointment of the nominating committee for election of officers. Again, pursuant to the bylaws, elections, as always, are coming up next month. So for the nominating committee this year, Commissioner Blackwood has agreed to head up that committee, and Commissioners Malfris and Rollinson will be serving on that with them, with the thanks of the chair.
Thank you, sir.
Next item on the agenda is the commissioner's update. Going around from my right around. David, any update?
No, sir, I just want to express appreciation for those that headed up Appreciation Day yesterday for the, I'm sorry, that headed up yesterday's Appreciation Day. I thought it went really well, and I tried to kind of circulate among the tables a little bit and just, you know, just kind of seeing how everybody was doing and trying to be as friendly as possible. I had a number of people say they've never seen a commissioner before, so I think that was pretty nice to be able to just be present and listen to them. This has been such a hard year. It's taken its toll on people, and I mean, just to and the things that were there. I mean, the little giveaway things to the folks, I thought was really well done. So thank you all, the people that came up with the appreciation idea and the staff that pulled it off. It was, I thought, flawless.
Being the newest member, I will not be seen nor heard for a while because I know nothing about what's going on.
That's fine.
Just bear with me.
Bless your heart.
The update is just if there's any news that's come out of your particular district, if you visited anywhere, it's just a general update time, anything like that. You're just so you're familiar with how we use that. So.
I'll agree with David. What a wonderful event yesterday. What was the young lady that headed it up? Morgan. I'm sorry about that name slipped me, but Morgan did an exceptional job of organizing yesterday, and I just think we should commend her for that. I, like David, was out socializing and got to meet some of the staff, and I think they learned a lot about me yesterday. I think they learned things about me they never knew before. So it was a good day. Go ahead, Dave. Gary.
On around.
Yeah, I agree. I thought it was a well-run event, and I think the employees seemed very grateful and happy that it occurred, and that was really, really good. So I don't think I have anything additional to update today. Barry?
I don't really have anything much to update either, except to say that it was that lady's first time to do this, by the way, which is good for her. And also that our website looks better, but it would look better if everybody could finish their bios that haven't, please. And their picture too. And that's all I'll say about that. Thank you.
Ed?
I did want to mention that I visited Williamsburg County Board last month, Director Faye Dozier, and got the firsthand tour, and it was exciting. And I will be visiting the other centers that are under my district. So look forward to meeting Ed Miller. Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is public input. Pursuant to our policies, we typically allow up to 4 people to speak. We've had 6 requests come in. We do have the ability, again, under our policies, to expand out to let up to 3 beyond the standard 4 speak. So we're within that. So we'll need to address that. Additionally, one speaker, the 4th speaker, Tyler Rex of Thrive Upstate, has requested to have an additional 2 minutes on their presentation. So would entertain a motion to approve the additional 2 individuals.
So moved.
Second.
All right. Any further discussion with regard to the extra individuals? All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so we have that. And then second, with regard to Mr. Rex's request for an additional 2 minutes as part of his presentation, would entertain a motion to approve that.
Second, Mr. Chairman.
Any further discussion with regard to that?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
we received an email from Ms. Harrison yesterday.
Right.
I received several emails from Ms. Harrison, but is she among those
Yes.
or her group among those? I just want to make
She
sure.
is, yes, her request is the 6th request.
Good.
That
Okay.
is correct.
Thank you.
On Mr. Rex's request for additional 2 minutes, I think we had a motion and a second. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so he'll be granted an additional 2 minutes beyond the normal 3 minutes. Thank you. And so we will start with Jason Tavener on behalf of the South Carolina Human Service Providers Association.
Good morning.
Good morning, Jason. This is Gary Lamelt. How are you doing this morning?
Doing fine, Gary. How are you?
Doing just fine. So we will recognize you as the first speaker. You have 3 minutes as part of your public input. And I will start the clock when you begin. You ready to go?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I recognize you then. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Again, good morning. My name is Jason Tavener, chairperson of the South Carolina Human Service Providers Association and the executive director of the Lawrence County Disabilities and Special Needs Board. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. As a brief reminder, the South Carolina Human Service Provider Association is a 501c6 organization registered with the South Carolina Secretary of State and represents 55 provider organizations across our state. The association goals focus on advocacy, resource allocation, technical support, and training. The association has extended a recurring time slot on our agenda for DDSN management at our monthly meetings. We appreciate and value their participation in our meeting to share information and to listen to provider inputs on topics facing our industry. At the May 4th meeting, Pat Malley requested that associations consider providing information to DDSN on funding needs in the system. We were happy to accept Pat's request, and our membership vetted his request to our finance work group for deliberation. To aid in the discussion of the finance work group, a survey was emailed to our membership to collect input from all members. 36 providers responded to the survey. As a result of the survey, the finance work group produced a document entitled Recommendations for COVID Gap Funding from the 6.2% FMAP Money. That was approved by the HSP board, distributed to our members, distributed to DDSN management, and requested to be included in the packet to be sent to commission members. I hope you had an opportunity to review that document. What the association garnered from the survey and the finance work group discussion is that providers across the state have a myriad of issues facing them due to COVID. The 4 areas identified are residential, day and support employment, case management, early intervention, and lastly, capital needs. The document provided outlines the various issues providers are facing within each major topic and concludes each section with a recommendation. Therefore, we contend that some of the funds received by DDSN due to the 6.2% FMAP increase be utilized to address the gaps in funding experienced by providers. Each provider is unique and each provider was affected by gaps in funding due to COVID in different ways. That is why our listing is not in priority order. A few of my colleagues have signed up to share more details with you on the overarching funding gap identified by our group. I will defer the detail to each of them. As I conclude, the association requests that DDSN allocate some of the funds received or to be received as a result of the 6.2% FMAP increase to address funding gaps in our system on a retroactive, time-limited manner. I appreciate the time to speak today. I thank you for your service on this commission, and I encourage you to continue your practice of visiting local providers. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Appreciate you sticking to the 3-minute time limit.
Yes, sir.
Jason, you still there?
Yes, sir.
Jason, what was the fourth thing you said? Sorry, we had a question from Mr. Rollins.
I can barely.
Sorry, I apologize. I turned off. What was the fourth item you listed down? There was a question from Commissioner Rollinson.
The four overarching items are residential day support employment, case management, early intervention, and lastly, capital needs.
Thank you. Any other
Yes,
questions?
sir.
That's good.
Thank you, Jason. All right, next up will be Ryan Way of Clarendon County DSN.
Hello.
Ryan, this is Gary Lamel with the commission. How are you doing this morning?
Doing well. How are you, Gary?
Doing just fine. We have you down for public input. If you're ready to begin, I will start your 3-minute timer once you get going. Are you ready?
Sure.
Okay. Recognize you. Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning. Again, I'm Ryan Way, the Executive Director with Clarendon County Disabilities and Special Needs Board, but speaking today on behalf of the South Carolina Human Service Provider Association. As Jason has already identified recommendations for the COVID gap funding for the 6.2 FMAP fund, I will speak briefly on the residential issues that we experienced in Clarendon and most other providers across the state have as well. We were one of the first providers across the state to have a positive case and one of the first to have a death. I understand that we have learned a lot since this virus first appeared, but in the beginning, my staff were extremely scared, and rightly so, due to the information that was being shared at the time. I could not get any staff to work in the home of our first COVID case, in which all 4 individuals ended up contracting the virus, and we had our first death. We also had several staff that contracted the virus, and when we found out that the individuals were positive, no staff were willing to work in that particular house. Thankfully, I had the house's residential coordinator, one of our nurses, step up with me at this house during the isolation period. This pandemic has not only brought hardships in regards to staffing, but providers have had an increased expenditures for personal protective equipment, as well as additional cleaning and disinfectant supplies. During this time, we installed ultraviolet light components in our HVAC system to kill the circulating virus. Hardship in recruitment and retention due to COVID has also been a huge issue for individual providers. COVID has allowed for increased unemployment benefits, and many feel they would rather stay at home than be exposed to COVID. This has created more overtime and burden on our current staff, causing increased burnout. In closing, overall, many providers have had increased expenditures, whether for operations or staffing over the duration of this pandemic, and have fallen under hardships financially. Any reimbursements to providers using these FMAP funds would be extremely beneficial. And at this time, I would just like to thank the commission for the opportunity to be able to speak before you all today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Appreciate it, and appreciate you observing the 3-minute time limit. Anybody have any questions for Ryan? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up will be Dana McConnell of the Center for Developmental Services.
DDS, this is Dana.
Dana, this is Gary Lamel with the commission. How are you doing this morning?
Doing great. Thank you for allowing me an opportunity to speak today.
Yes, ma'am. Our pleasure. What we'll have is you'll have a 3-minute window in which to speak, and I will start your timer once you're ready to begin. And if you're ready, I would recognize you.
All right, I'm ready.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
All right, so I'm Dana McConnell with the Center for Developmental Services, and we are a private provider of case management in Greenville County. I wanted to speak today in support of the HSPA position statement that is included in your packet. The position statement recommends that the 6.2% FMAP funds received by DDSN over the past year be distributed to providers across all service lines, including case management, in a retro but time-limited increase to make up for the COVID gap funding losses that we've all experienced. The case management service line was especially hurt by COVID because we were already having to financially navigate the rates that averaged 26% below what we had previously received before fee-for-service went into effect in July of 2019. Then when COVID hit, the rates dropped to 30% below what we needed to sustain operations. That loss in revenue was then made worse by the extra costs we had to incur due to COVID. Some of these extra costs, including having to purchase video conferencing license, we had to purchase PPE like masks, hand sanitizers, and gloves just to keep our staff safe. We had to buy more supplies like paper, ink, envelopes, scanners, printers, and even desks and file cabinets, just for our case managers to work effectively from home. And then our postage skyrocketed because everything now had to be mailed instead of signed in person. We had to have staff take sick time, just like I'm sure you guys did under the FFCRA, to quarantine after an exposure or to help their child do schoolwork and care for them when the schools were closed. This was unbillable time that we will never get back. And then at a time when we were already experiencing a low billing rate, COVID prevented case management from billing any higher since we couldn't travel. These gap funding losses due to COVID are our reasons for supporting the HSPA position statement today. We again applaud Pat Malley and DDSN for seeking our input, and we look forward to working with the agency and the commission on providing the best disability services in South Carolina. Thank you.
Thank you, Dana. Does anyone have any questions for Dana? Okay, hearing none. Dana, thank you for observing the time limit.
Thanks.
And next up will be Tyler Rex of Thrive Upstate.
Thank you for calling Thrive Upstate, formerly known as the Greenville.
This is Tyler.
Tyler, this is Gary Lamel with the commission. How are you doing this morning?
Hi, good morning, Mr. Chairman. I'm fine, thanks.
Okay. Pursuant to your request, we have granted you an additional 2 minutes. So you will have 5 minutes total. We are getting a little bit of an echo there, Tyler. You may want to watch that.
Is that better?
Yes, that's much better. So once you're ready to begin, I'll recognize you and start your timer. So if you're ready to go.
I am, thank you.
Okay, all right. So I will start your timer as you begin.
Yeah, well, thank you, Mr. Chairman and commission members. And first off, I had heard that there were several people requesting time, and so I've actually prepared to within the 3-minute time frame, and so I'll return a few minutes back to the commission, and I'm grateful for that extension you provided. I'll keep my remarks to what I had prepared within that time frame. So again, my name is Tyler Rex, and I'm the executive director of Thrive Upstate in Greenville. I also serve as an officer for the Human Services Providers Association, which has submitted to you the recommendation to provide COVID gap funding from the 6.2 FMAP money. Here at Thrive, one of our unofficial mottos is that we can do hard things. And January 2021 was a test of that principle. Greenville County was recording over 1,000 positive cases per day, on its way to over now 74,000 cases. And despite the incredible efforts of our employees, once they were surrounded by COVID inside their homes, we could not hold off the spread. And so while residential and nursing grappled with how to cover shifts, perform thousands of COVID tests, manage PPE inventories and infection controls, our day programs were simultaneously transitioning that very month to a new funding model, replacing a generations-long legacy system. And so maintaining staff in our residences 24/7, staffing an expanding day program in a fee-for-service model, while having 1,000 new cases per day in the community, coupled with historically low employee applicants, was an unprecedented burden on our system.
and safely yet boldly reopening our day programs while responding to the very worst of the global health emergency ended up just being a preview of the challenges that we now face with our current staffing shortages. The provider network recognizes the importance of DDSN maintaining a position of strength and sustainability. As the vast majority of South Carolinians receive supports outside of a DDSN facility, it is also important to note that DDSN is only as strong as its provider network is strong. DDSN has only recovered from COVID-19 in as much as its provider network has recovered. To borrow a page from history, following World War II, the United States implemented the Marshall Plan. It invested heavily in the repairing and rebuilding and strengthening of a war-ravaged Europe. We invite you to use the 6.2 FMAP funds to invest in the rebuilding and strengthening of the provider network across South Carolina. Thousands of individuals and families are looking for a strong DDSN and a strong network of providers. And history will look back on this moment as the perfect opportunity to establish this partnership of unity and strength. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tyler. Does anybody have any questions for Tyler? Hearing none. Thanks, Tyler. Have a good day. Appreciate you giving us a couple minutes back.
Very welcome. Thank you much. Bye-bye.
All right. Our fifth public input today will be from Elizabeth Krause of the Georgetown DSN. Elizabeth, this is Gary Lamel with the Commission. How are you doing this morning?
I'm great. Thank you, Gary.
So we're ready to recognize you for your 3 minutes of public input if you're ready to begin.
I'm ready. I'm ready. Thank you so much.
I'll start your timer as you begin speaking then.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Elizabeth Krause, and I'm the Executive Director with the Georgetown County Board of Disabilities and Special Needs. And I'm here today to talk about the opportunity to give you some good news that came from our experience in the pandemic. Last year, we strategically identified weaknesses in our local healthcare delivery system, especially as it relates to COVID, and the difficulty we were having obtaining routine health care. Even prior to COVID, there is research that supports that there are many barriers to healthcare for people with disabilities, and it was especially concerning to us as the pandemic raged in its early stages. Appointments were being canceled, severely delayed, and as you know, many of the people we support have underlying health conditions that should not be ignored. Our board and staff received training last spring from Station MD regarding their emergency room doctor services and how we could benefit from their specialized in-home telehealth. We have now been purchasing Station MD services for 11 months and have outcomes that we can share. We have accessed their service 24/7, as many times as needed, for a per user flat fee. 2 other providers in South Carolina have now engaged their services as well, and it is my hope that all South Carolinians with disabilities can receive this benefit. I'm certainly grateful to Pat and Rufus for also engaging with us on this topic. The South Carolina Telehealth Alliance, through the Medical University of South Carolina, engaged with 2 of our agencies, Horry and Georgetown, and funded our startup equipment request. They considered us as pilots in this area of disabilities healthcare. Our experience has been outstanding in terms of the quick access to needed health care. Station MD doctors are all board certified emergency room doctors and are trained specifically in understanding people with IDD. Each appointment is initiated as a virtual visit with high-tech Bluetooth technology, and the doctors evaluate, assess, prescribe treatment or care, prescribe meds if needed, but they give us the recommendation as to whether an ER visit for this person is necessary. During the pandemic, that is the last place we needed to be with anyone in order to avoid COVID exposure. We're averaging about 8 visits per month, some months higher than others due to COVID, and January of 2021 was the worst month for everyone in the state of South Carolina. Station MD coached us through this with only 3 people needing hospitalization, and all of the other positive cases were able to remain and receive treatment at home. We are proud to say that everyone survived. Our past experiences in the ER have not been what were really positive until Station MD kind of guides us through. They actually will call the ER and smooth things through for us so that we get immediate treatment and don't sit and wait. They were able to assess things like UTIs, respiratory issues, slips and falls, wound care, or skin breakdown, and everything is done at home. Unfortunately, the care we received was less than ideal in the past, but now we see the benefit of Station MD, how things have changed. It was a total turnaround in how we have experienced the ER in the past, and it has saved us time and resources, and you as well.
All right, Elizabeth, you've hit your 3 minutes. If you could just go ahead and wrap up for us, please. Thank you.
Okay, fine. The people we serve have actually received better health care in their own home as a result. So thank you for letting us talk about Station MD, and we hope that you'll engage with that in the future.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. Does anybody have any questions for Elizabeth? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on. Thank you.
Thanks.
And the last speaker is Patricia Harrison, excuse me.
I think it's going to be Nancy Dixon.
Oh, okay.
Again.
Hello.
Ms. Dixon,
Yes,
this is Gary Lamel with the commission. How are you doing this morning?
I'm fine. How are you all?
Just fine, thank you. We're ready to proceed with your 3 minutes of public input. If you're ready to proceed, I will start your timer when you begin.
Okay. May I ask, what do I do when I'm finished? Do I just simply hang up?
If you'll hold for just 1 second, I will ask if any commission members have any questions for you, and then we'll let you go.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Start.
You may start now, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. The South Carolina Association of Advocates is disturbed that there has been no public comment nor public hearings on the waiver renewal. Families have not received notice nor had an opportunity to review and comment on the application. More than 5 years ago, the General Assembly directed DDSN to facilitate Medicaid direct billing for all providers. Last week, Deputy Director Maley told committee members that DDSN must wait until after CMS approves the waiver renewal to submit a waiver amendment to convert residential services to fee-for-services. The waiver application submitted in 2014 was not approved until 2017, and CMS raised many questions during the approval process regarding the ability of providers to directly bill Medicaid. The commission should not allow DDSN staff to kick this can further down the road, risking further federal recoupments by delaying the conversion of all waiver services to fee-for-services. CMS has never approved the BAM system, and DHHS has informed CMS that assignment of payments to DDSN is voluntary when it is not. The BAM system has allowed DDSN to divert funds allocated for in-home services for unauthorized purposes. Since the General Assembly instructed DDSN to facilitate direct billing in 2016, DDSN has annually diverted between 35% and 49% of funds allocated for in-home support for other purposes, leaving families without the supports they need. In-home funding has been diverted to offset revenue deficits in residential programs. The plan for spending 6.2% FMAP increase totally ignored the needs of 87% of DDSN clients, those who live at home with their families. Most direct support professionals working in clients' homes are paid between minimum wage and the $11.10 an hour. The direct support professionals working in clients' homes be paid the $13 an hour minimum hourly rate paid to workers doing the same jobs in regional centers, group homes, and day programs. And I'm finished.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions for Ms. Dixon? Seeing none, Ms. Dixon, thank you for staying within the time limit.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Okay. All right, and that concludes public input for today's meeting. Moving on through the agenda, the next item is the commission committee business. First, we recognize Commissioner Blackwood regarding the Finance and Audit Committee. We are on tab 3, I believe.
All right. So when we met, the committee met, I believe it was the first week of May, first Tuesday in May, which I think was the 4th, May 4th. During that committee meeting, we talked about the executive limitation policy, which of course states that sets out the financial requirements for DDSN staff to obtain commission approval prior to executing a financial transaction and report an executed transaction, often after crossing a financial threshold. So to simplify implementing these requirements and minimizing using valuable monthly commission meeting time on many of these financial transactions, which can become voluminous, containing a low risk matters. DDSN staff has started presenting the financial transactions at our monthly finance and committee meetings in a standardized report, which we spent some time looking at, and then this allows the Finance and Audit Committee to decide which items need to be brought to the commission for a vote and which items only need to be reported to the commission in the form of the monthly report for transparent reporting. And so the current time, the procurement division has 3 pending non-service contracts, which are $200,000, which are in your tab, or greater in amount, which are behind your tab 3. We approved in the meeting, we voted regarding the solicitation for retherm equipment and the specialized medical rehabilitation services. We approved approved a motion to continue the current process and post the award, seconded by Commissioner Malfers and approved by the committee. So today we're just sharing this with the committee, the commission, correct? In what we approved and what do we need the commission to do today on it?
I think the report's design was, and this emanates from the recent executive limitation policy where we're focusing on $200,000 non-service matters.
Right.
And I think what we're seeing is, my proposal I think the committee was leaning towards was take all 6 requirements that are in the executive limitation policy, put them on one piece of paper, and every month at the finance committee meeting, we will affirmatively report these issues. And many of them will be nothing, but there is some benefit of knowing that nothing's taken place. And in that way, due to the volume of transactions, we can use the finance committee as a vetting tool to comb through them when there's a smaller group of people. And then when they see the ones, and we'll end up developing a kind of awareness of what ones trigger that the finance committee says, no, this is so important. We need to bring this to the full commission for a vote, such as in executive session today, we're going to bring a contract to you that we think is important that you should vote on. And our tasking several meetings ago was to come up with a procedure so that we can meet our oversight responsibilities, but not bring so much work to the commission that it squeezes that other work. So that was our proposal, and I think it's recognized. The purpose of this is to build a procedure that the commission will agree to delegate this authority to the finance committee so that we know we're having oversight and 3 people are looking at it real hard every month. And then the big things you will see, but also the monthly report from the committee meeting will be part of your package. So you can see the words and yet only focus on the bigger ticket items. That was our procedure that I think we're looking for some sort of feedback or emotion on.
Right. And it just passed out kind of the report that Pat alluded to that kind of breaks out the various items that occur from time to time and in different subheads. And so this is kind of what, going forward, we wanted to kind of make standard practice. And we just wanted to see if anybody had any questions about that or thoughts about how the Finance and Audit Committee will be structuring things going forward, particularly with this item of 200,000 or over contracts.
Chairman, if it's 200,000, if it's less than 200,000, how does that reporting show up? We had been getting it on a quarterly basis to be able to review the line, and will we continue to do it that way?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And if it's over 200,000, the committee looks at it and makes a motion, and then it comes back to the full commission for final, how does,
I think for certain items, it'll come back to the full commission. For certain items, the finance committee may determine that they're routine enough that they don't need to have a commission vote.
Yeah.
So essentially, the committee is acting as a filter on
Yes.
what we're reviewing as a full commission.
Right.
well, how does the commission then see that?
I think we're going to get a report of what they reviewed and decided we didn't need to vote on.
Yeah, and it would be broken out into this little summary that shows the various
So a bigger
types of
item than 200,000, the commission would not vote on?
If it was a,
The dilemma
Yeah.
is, in the regional centers, a lot of our contracts are $250,000. But they are fixed bid processes, meaning such as, we're gonna put a process out, we want 250, we wanna solicit for direct support workers for regional centers. Put a canvas out, and we cap it at $250,000. That doesn't obligate us to buy anything, but we still have to get it approved if it's $250,000. And these are very frequent events, and then once we put them out there, people qualify. Once they qualify, then we will buy services from them. So these are very voluminous, not voluminous, 3 or 4 a month, and they're very routine in nature. And we were given instructions at a prior meeting that work out the details and come back to the committee as far as how we want to structure this so that we don't overburden the committee. So the answer to your question is the committee will see everything.
The finance committee?
yes, the finance, yeah.
And they
The
will see
commission is
everything,
what he
and
meant to
they
say.
will approve everything. And they will then reserve certain ones that are more important to the commission, and you are basically delegating them the authority to make those determinations. And at the same time, if they approve something, you're going to see the monthly report. So it always gives you the right to redress something that you didn't vote on. And a lot of the approvals are not necessarily pre-approvals, like some contracts we have to get pre-approval.
How are you deciding which $250, $300 million contracts are commission approved versus the normal run-of-the-mill big ticket item over 200,000 that fits in the category?
That's the finance committee's job to make.
Right, the chair and the members of that committee would weigh in
I've got a
on,
real problem with this if the commission's not seen and somehow, and maybe I'm just missing it. The commission must see all the money expenditures. Agreed? Is that an issue?
I don't think there's any question we'll be seeing. It's a question about what we'll be voting on.
Well, see, and then at what point do we have an opportunity to discuss whether or not that $4 million expenditure is what we want?
We can always go back, sorry.
We can always go back, am I correct, Robin, and pull stuff that you guys have maybe sent through and say, okay, we'd like to look at this. Oh, so we can, if we see something on there that's questionable, we can go pull it and say, okay, we want to bring this
I
back.
just want to be able to keep my mind around it because over a period of time, you get a gist of, I mean, we're not part of the staff, but at least the commission should be able to get a gist of what is transpiring. If questions came to the commission, for instance, about certain expenditures, and we happen to be in front of a legislative committee of some kind, and I had to explain, well, those financial items are too big to come in front of the commission. Hold it. That's the opposite of what I want to be able to say. It's the small things, remember, the under 200,000 that we get the quarterly report on. So we see where that money's gone. And the bigger things the commission is going to be voting on. Now what you're saying is that the bigger things will carve out some of those and you won't see
No.
those are voted.
No, that's not correct.
No, that's exactly what we,
Let's try to clarify.
okay, please do.
Anything that's 200,000 or greater, we're going to finance.
Yeah.
If they want all these contracts to come up here for individual approval, we can do that. That is fine. An option in front of us are any contract that generally we are buying something $200,000 or greater, I would recommend it goes in front of the commission. What we're saying is there's a lot of contracts in the regional centers that it's a 5-year contract to buy milk. And in order to facilitate competitive-based procurements, we will put out a $250,000
Bid.
fixed bid.
RFP?
It's a fixed bid contract. Do you want to sell us milk? And we'll have 10 people say, we want to buy milk from you. And those 10 people will get on our qualified list. It's a $250,000 contract, but we really have to spend a penny. Once they get on the qualified list, we might buy $50,000 worth of milk a year. But when we buy the milk, they're already on the qualified list. We can negotiate them. Very routine, fun, just routine.
Right, and those are things we thought we could discuss in a finance committee about that particular contract, as opposed to bringing it here because of time and.
To go, I got that. Now,
Okay.
now, when y'all make the decision, how does the commission as a whole comprehend what is going on
So we-
that you've already stamped and said, okay, unless you have questions about it, at least so that we can say, you know, here's a qualified provider. This bid has gone out and this is about ready to
You
let
want to use the
the bid.
examples here to show kind of how that.
What you'll get is, if you can see that report,
You got it?
You
Is that
will-
what we're talking about?
you will get that report every month in your package. And we might color code the green ones you have to vote on and the orange ones that.
Our bid items.
Right.
That have to go through a qualified,
Routine.
Is that the
They're
category?
the type of contracts that I think we wouldn't want to wear out a lot of your time at this meeting for. But to your question is, you will have vision on everything that goes to the finance committee. What they're going to say is, we recommend that this one be voted on and that we've approved these routine contracts. But you as a commissioner, you'll see all 6 of them.
You'll
But
see
you
it.
don't
Now,
have to
let's
vote on
suppose
them.
an issue comes up in front of us that's one of the green items, let's say that fits in the category we're talking about. All right, what power does the commission have to say, hold it, I got a question about this, let's discuss it? You discuss it right then?
Yeah. And we'll be getting my vision is we'll get a finance committee report every month like we normally do, have this report, and if there's any question that can be, we would raise it at the time.
All right, you know, so many things end up getting rubber stamped. I can see something where if you read down the list and said, boom, 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 here's a green, you know, we don't need a vote on this. Is there any question? Boom. I really am repelled at the idea that it becomes something that is just sort of rubber stamp and large ticket items get by and none of us really have focused in on it as a commission, as a group. I understand what you're saying. Is this correct? There are certain items that go out for bid that we send out to qualified groups for purchase. And in the bid process, we want to arrange this so that the commission doesn't have to go through all that itemization and all that information. And if that's what you're saying, okay, as long as we see it and have an opportunity to be able to speak to and ask questions about exactly what is being spent.
The committee is deeply concerned about these contracts and how they are being spent, which is what this whole idea is about. So unless it's completely routine, meaning almost food related, I think we're gonna bring it to the commission to be approved. I mean, we are deeply concerned about all the contracts that are.
Barry, I understand, Mr. Chairman, I understand. Let me say, after a year and a half or so on the commission, I'm very impressed with everybody we got as being some people that are very hands-on. But we're not going to be here forever. I mean, if this doesn't go to the cabinet, become a cabinet agency, you're 5 years from now, you'll have a different commission, may have different ideas about it. So I want the commission to end up with they should never be seen as, and I know you're not saying this, but seen as the possibly not really doing due diligence on major big ticket items. And then we're questioned about it. Well, I don't know how that got, well, I guess it was in the paperwork somewhere. So I don't want that to happen. I mean, the commission needs to hold the responsibility of finally saying, okay, now if it's simply, as you're pointing out, Pat, if it's simply itemized and then we get to look at what the item is and have a chance to and have the responsibility. You may, if we don't want to vote, we don't have to vote, but I think we should vote even if we don't have the discussion. If it's an item that fits in the category, you say, I trust the staff well enough, because we do this, Barry, on policy committee. You know, in policy committee, we'll kick things back to the staff to finalize because it's pretty much pro forma. And if that's what it is, then I think I understand it. If what you're saying is adopt a procedure that does not disallow, in fact, the commission still must go through and vote on. You could put it as a block vote, Mr. Chairman. You could say, all right, that here's the list for this month. All in favor? Do we have a motion? Do we have a second? All in favor? You adopt the entirety. But then if somebody's got a question, everything comes to a screeching halt and some explanation is given. And if that's what we're going to do, I'm fine with that.
Right. And of course, just to circle back to what you said earlier, obviously, this is also stuff that's not in the spending plan that we approved. You talk about really big ticket items. You're talking about millions and millions of dollar items. We do give approval of that when we do the budget and the spending plan. So these are, contracts that come up ancillary.
I'm trying to get it carved out in my mind what's going to be
what these are. Right.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand the carve out.
Yeah.
And the 6 typical categories, as you indicated in this draft option reporting, is new non-service contracts, 200K or greater, existing service contracts increasing 200K or greater, and then 200 or greater in personal positions or programmer division. New CPIP, which is what?
It's capital projects.
Okay. So capital projects, okay, would be that subhead. And then new consulting contract would be.
Any level.
Okay, so any new contract, new, like, would be provider or new in terms of category of
Consultant attorneys, accountants, subject matter experts. That's what people that want to have vision on.
Right.
So we have no threshold there, just to get awareness for our consultants.
How do we?
Right, that would appear in that subhead, which I think is very much important.
You mentioned new consulting. How do we look at previous consulting?
We have a list. Pat has pulled that for the finance committee before and sent to me specifically. So we have that list. I can send it to you. You can look and see all of the contracts that we've had, that we currently have, that we used to have. And Pat broke out a few different documents for me one time when we last brought this up about contracts and who we have contracts with.
I would say over the last 18 months, there was a pretty hard review of the number of consultation contracts, and we canceled several $1 million worth of stuff that was just sitting out there that we were not getting any return off of.
Yeah, there was a
big chunk of
evaluation done, I guess in 18, was it? Was that
yeah.
2018, all of them were pulled and all of them were looked at, and several of them were determined they were not.
Well, we do have an internal audit division. Is that a grid that such contracts typically go through?
I don't think they reviewed that. No, didn't go to them.
I don't think they reviewed that at all, David.
They didn't produce they weren't involved in the evaluation, I guess is what you could say, right?
I think this is to your point. We're institutionalizing business controls. So when we all leave here, the same thing happens over and over again. And the last thing on that particular report, at the very bottom, goes to the big picture. At the end of every year, we will do a post-payment review of the prior year, and we will provide a report of every contract that has aggregated over $200,000. For example, if we make a bunch of $20,000 purchases, You don't see that. If they aggregate over $200,000, you will see that.
I was wondering how we dealt with that.
Year end.
Yeah.
So that's kind of the catch-up report. That's the safety net. So you will see this real time, and then you'll see this in the safety net. I think that gives you operational vision for your oversight responsibilities on the money from a risk perspective.
When you say year end, you mean
Fiscal year.
fiscal year, which is July.
Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, and I think David's point is so I think what we're talking about here is not just having an ad hoc or even reflected in the minutes, but do we want to adopt a formal policy that says pursuant to the operations of the finance committee, certain expenditures will be laid out by staff as not, and we'll have to work on the phrasing, and I might suggest that staff assist me with that, but set up a policy to sort of enshrine that procedure whereby certain things are submitted to the policy committee for review. The policy committee may determine that they're not necessary to be voted on the commission hall, but that a report would be prepared detailing what those items are that can be then voted on as a single item, as opposed to having to address each one, which I think would address your concern.
Mr. Chairman, you saying finance or policy?
He's saying policy.
I apologize.
I was fixing to correct that. I got it.
I totally misspoke. Finance,
wanna make
I'm
sure.
sorry. Yes, so I think we would want to have something in place as a formal policy for that. So like you said, David, so future generations, when they're asking what we thought was going on, that they would have a certain, they would have a guide. I think that is what you're saying.
Yeah, I just, where perhaps you've got 10 items, and if you want to look at the tabs that the finance committee saw, that's fine. You can spend time looking at the tabs and asking some questions because you get your stuff early, and you can make a few phone calls and try to check it out. And looking at the various things that we have seen, I'm impressed with the thoroughness really of most everything I've seen. I mean, this person the last person that called, who was it, Dixon?
Yes.
That called, that raised some interesting questions that I think need to be answered. But in any case, I mean, we don't see everything. It's very hard, when we're talking about the over $200,000 number, to do anything that we can't as individuals who have the responsibility that has been given to us, not be able to check that number. And then, but if we want to then vote in bank, to save time, I'm completely fine with that. And I think, Pat, it's a great concept, and you're trying to move it along in a business-like way. So that's fine. I'm cool with that.
So maybe should we make a motion to send to the policy committee the request to write a policy on what we've just talked about?
I would actually keep that with the finance committee. I mean, there are certain policies that we still want the finance committee to write.
Yeah, I was going to make the motion, but I was going to make it so that they send at least a draft. If we're going to do policy, that the finance committee staff draft a proposed policy for policy committee.
And I don't know that we may, I said policy. I don't know to what level we want to put that. Do we want to make it a policy? That's one of the questions.
Well,
Well, technically, you got to keep in mind.
Procedure for the finance.
There we go. Is it better to find, rather than put it at the level of policy, we set a procedure for the finance?
Chairman, I got a motion.
Sir.
I move that the finance committee set as a procedure for, how did you word it? A procedure
for the finance committee to review.
Thank you. A procedure for the finance committee to review items as designated, and then Pat, mark them however you want to talk about them, like we have here, to come back next month to the full commission.
So one thing, just
start in the end.
one thing to look at, the backside of the draft that I gave you is the recommended
There it is.
procedure.
Okay.
Which is what I read at the very beginning of my segment, whatever. So
We can test it for one, and then
right.
Yeah. Now, and I think the one thing that's not contained in this was David's point of those items that are ruled by the financial committee as not needing a full commission vote will still be presented and can be confirmed, adopted, you find a word, as a group by the commission.
As a group and overridden by the commission.
Right.
And we may balk at something, and I don't want to give any power away that the totality of the group has. And, but I like the rubber stamp idea if there's no controversy, and which we do on policy all the time, trusting staff after we've reviewed and handed it back to policy, Barry. And so that's,
Right.
I think something that I have seen successfully done over the past year.
Right.
And I don't have a problem with if we can kind of make sure we don't have loopholes for allowing the commission to jump back in if necessary. So if you could revise it then to do that and present it next month and
Yep.
for
Okay.
to go on the agenda, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I think that's
Mr. Chairman, there's a motion on the floor, right?
So that's my motion, Mr. Chairman.
to have the finance
All
committee
that.
adopt that procedure. Right.
Put all that together.
Yeah, to write that procedure, bring it back. Do
I'd
we
like-
have a second?
I'll second the
Okay.
motion.
Any further discussion?
I do. I'd like to see us actually put this in place and try it next month, if possible, so that we can kind of see how it works along
Right,
with.
make sure our comfort level is there.
We'll make on the item, we'll do that first, and then we'll actually have the procedure up for vote after we've done it.
That would be great if we
So
could
we
do
can see
that.
how it is in effect.
That's
Yes.
a part of the motion, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Can we
Well,
implement-
actually, it'll be sort of how we want the agenda structured next time. We'll actually follow the procedure and then vote on it. For lack of a better word.
So what's the motion again?
So the motion is to have the finance committee prepare that procedure. And bring it back.
Update, well, because we have a draft
Right.
of what we thought would be good.
Right.
And so now we've added to it.
Right.
And now we'll rework it and present it to the commission with these edits. And we can vote on it then?
Yes.
Okay.
Next
And
one.
then we could use the example of what is in the pipeline work-wise to see how it fits with what we said we thought would be foolproof or would be the best.
We'll try it next month, and if it works for us, then we'll vote to formally adopt the procedure.
Is staff, are staff comfortable with that process?
Yeah,
Okay.
right.
Very good.
All right, so motion second.
Second.
We have okay. Commissioner Rollinson already seconded. Sorry. So all in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. That's first item. Second item under the Finance and Audit Committee would be the financial audit planning.
So, as you know, we had been talking for a few months about, based on the change with our CFO and the former state director, we were evaluating and trying to do due diligence on what we needed to be doing for as a commission, and when it comes to auditing, financial audit specifically. And so we've had some motions in past commission meetings that we wanted to advance that idea and do some research really on how to make that happen and if it was advisable from the state auditor, because they are the ones that were guiding us and telling us, how we would go about doing a financial audit. And in the committee, the last committee meeting that we had for finance and audit, we spent some time talking about some updates on this, which included a conversation that several of us had with the state auditor, South Carolina state auditor, George Gentry, and I believe George Kennedy was also on the call, and Sue Moss of the state auditor's office. And they advised us that they didn't recommend a full financial audit. They said we had done that years ago and it didn't produce anything, that the last commission had asked, wanted done, and he said that he would suggest that the commission, if there are certain things, specific things that we need to look at, that we want to investigate, like maybe a certain contract with a provider that we want to look into to that we have concerns about, or, you know, some specific items that we wanted him to look at, that he would rather do that than just to go to the expense of a financial audit that may not produce anything of value for us, because it didn't years ago. And he also said that state agencies don't typically do a full financial audit like this. It's rare because they are included in the state audit every year anyway, which is the, what do we call that? The CAFR. Yeah, that's done automatically every year, but a full financial audit of state agencies is just not done hardly ever. And he said, because it's better to do an audit that would be specific. It's something that you're looking for. And so unless we come up with specific things that we want him to look for, he's advising that we not do a financial audit. And so that is my report for today, based on what we talked about in the Finance and Audit Committee meeting. So that's really the status of that. You know, we've been trying to ask around to see, you know, if we did that, what would the benefits be of that? Would it produce anything that we really would value? And his recommendation, the state auditor's recommendation, was that we would not do it. So that is my update on that, unless anyone has any questions.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question for you. I'm chairman of the Legislative Committee.
Yes.
And as such, I have instructed as best I could that their attentions are sure split, but staff to get all the reports relative to legislature. You've had oversight committees, for instance, that have given reports. Yeah. That made pronouncements about what should be done, and they put a lot of work in. You had the Mercer report. We've got that I'm not sure is official in the sense of, well, I don't know exactly the status of what that is relative to, you know, HHS, that I believe it was HHS that hired the entity that did the Mercer report. Yes. Is HHS depending on that version? So the point is, you've got LAC reports, Legislative Audit Council reports, at least 3. The second one raised some questions, I think, about whether or not everything had been implemented that the LAC report recommended. Pat had reviewed some of these things, and at some point, you know, he was going to, you know, when we had time, we've got a full agenda and we've been dealing with other things. But I would love to see, I mean, y'all rolled it around, and Pat, I would appreciate you thinking about it, as well as our director. There are a lot of things floating out there that one could say, has DDSN done what the Oversight Committee said, what LAC, Legislative Audit Council Report number 2 specified? If not, why not? Particularly relative to fee-for-service issues. That I think the legislature has spoken, and that would be awfully interesting to have rather than just hear about these things and try to read them and try to understand what we have and have not done, and if not, why not? Wouldn't it be good if we had a total look-see of everything that has been done in the last 8 or 10 years relative to how we do funding, how we divide funding, how we're paid, DDSN is paid, and how we pay out under a band system. And just kind of where we are that way, because we may not be doing anything quote unquote wrong in terms of disbursement. It's just the policy that we have. So this may be in contradiction to some of the analyses that have been done in the last 10 years. And I think for the commission to have that big picture understanding, I think might be helpful. Because I kind of get lost in the 3 LAC reports, or are there 4? There may be 4, 3. But
The most recent one I know is like 2012.
okay, it may be the 2012 one was the second. I thought.
What's the second?
Yeah, I might be thinking of, okay, because that one has come up relative to spinal cord issues and whether or not we were pursuing those, getting the financing that we should be getting. So that issue has come up with a former commission member, and she asked to speak, and I was going to say at some point in time, let her speak, and then we could respond either yes, no. But that's a piece. I'm interested in kind of the totality so that we as a commission have the big picture. So if they wanted to help us with something, I would love that kind of, grand view. You've got this, and this, and you seem to be lacking here. You're doing these things well. Well, anyway, that's just an idea.
Yeah.
That's an idea.
Pat, wasn't this something we talked about yesterday? And I think you could really address this with them and kind of give them when we talked about, he says, big picture, you and I kind of talked about that yesterday a few minutes.
Yeah. Commissioner Thomas we had a meeting one time, I think it was abbreviated in time, but we had done a chart of, I think it was either the House or the Senate. We looked at all the findings and we updated everything we've done, all the action items. And then while we were preparing for that one, I updated the Senate. So for the Senate 17 and the House 18 reports,
Yeah.
we have a chart of.
It was the House one we had to first. Yeah.
But I'll send you all, and that's the most recent guidance where they did a comprehensive look both of them, and they both came up with their list. And everything we've done is on there, and anything that we've not done is on there. And hopefully there's not too much yellow.
Well, at some point, and I don't know if it's later on in this or when it comes up, and I know a number of us have been looking at the issue of the speed at which we can go to fee for service, as opposed to the band system. I call it the grant system, which I think tracks to why there are a lot of people aren't being served, or at least as many as I think could be served if we did a fee for service approach, totality wise. Well, anything that can help with understanding where we are with that. I think you made apparently a good presentation in front of finance to try to explain what the holdup is. My question was, though, is it us not moving rapidly enough to satisfy CMS or HHS locally, or is it HHS that doesn't quite catch on to? So, what's going on? I guess that we can't pull the trigger and finally do.
We're inside the 20-yard line.
Yeah.
All plans are in place once we get the IDRD waiver renewal and amendment.
The 20-yard line on which side of the field?
After talking to finance yesterday, we'll prepare a chart just to give you an idea. With all the complexity, if you look at our $750 million, we'll be able to chart out what is fee for service and what is being done transaction wise. And what you'll see is our last remaining building block is the band system for residential waiver services.
Well, I was going to ask if the residential was the key.
That's the last piece.
Yeah.
Now, it's a big dollar component, but it's a small number of transactions. So that's the last piece, and there is a plan in place that is rolling. The question is, we got to get it a little bit faster, and it's as you know, working in state government, it's moving along, and I think we'll be glad to give you a chart of that. And,
so when Senate calls us up one day and wants to talk to us about this, are we prepared to sit down and say to the committee, all right, here's where we are, and we're not sitting on our hands on this?
And you asked about the Mercer report. I did verify yesterday that the Mercer report is not complete. I did talk with Mr. Kerr over at HHS, And he verified for me that that report is not complete. And he also said that they don't intend to complete it. They will complete it. They're not going to ask Mercer to complete it. They're going to go back and look at everything in totality and spend some time and work through that.
And that's their thing. That's not our.
Yes, that's,
again,
yeah,
some-
that's
some
100%
people- some
on
people said
them.
that we're the holdup on Mercer.
We're not.
That's DH.
He fully admitted that to myself and
Yeah.
Robin yesterday, that is HHS's responsibility.
I think the only version we've seen was very clearly titled draft.
That's it. And that's all he's got.
That's it. There's no final version because people have been asking
Right.
for it for, quite frankly, almost as long as we've been asking for it.
I wonder if they're on the 20-yard line. on
I
that.
don't think they're on the 20. I think
On
that,
the other side of the
I
fence.
think that,
I think he has lit a fire under his team, based on conversations that they are getting to the 20-yard line very quickly.
Well, thank you very much. I mean, obviously, it's a subject that's going to come back up again, and let me say, I think with great intensity this summer, we've got to nail down a bunch of things through the summer, and have some information for the governor's office, as well as legislatively.
getting back to the agenda item. Again, there'd been the discussion about doing the financial audit. I mean, I'm 100% in agreement with what they said, because what we got 5 years ago
Right.
confirmed that there wasn't any systemic fraud going on, but it didn't really tell us anything
Right.
about whether we were effectively delivering services, and it didn't really answer any specific questions. I mean, it gave us just that and we had talked about whether it was a good idea to do it every 5 years. I don't think much of
Doesn't seem like
they don't want it. I don't know that the normal audit thing, I can't remember what it's called, but you
Oh, yeah, the name of that, the state.
what do we do instead of an audit?
It's called a CAFR.
The CAFR. I mean, the CAFR doesn't, again, I think it basically shows that there's no systemic fraud going on within the agency, but that's about the level that it's at, I think.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
based on the advisement then from the state auditor, I think I had requested that we transcribe that.
Yep.
So, because it's for
Want to have
our
it in
benefit
writing.
as well.
That's what he recommended to us, that we not do a comprehensive financial audit. And so, yeah, that needs to be added. to the-
Transcribed.
So then I think the follow-up would be then is, as opposed to a general financial audit, if any commissioner wants to then come forward with a specific area of audit.
And concern, yes.
Concern.
Yes.
Yes, I mean,
It's-
I think it would be, yeah.
I mean, that's kind of, that's kind of how when we had that call with him, he said he wanted, I mean, he's a state auditor, right? But would it be more than just financial? Like if we wanted him to look at something like,
Yeah, right, which is a separate, right. You can have a performance audit. I think we're internally trying
we
to.
didn't talk much about that.
Right.
Yeah, I mean,
I think what we wanted was something on the record.
Yeah.
And we have
Two.
that.
I would,
But-
There's a couple of sincere concerns that I have that are direct, and I think that if each person here gave us one direct concern they had, I think they'd have plenty to do. And
So submit those to
really-
me and we can
right, submit,
talk about it in our finance and audit committee meeting next
correct.
month.
Mm.
If you have specific concerns, something you want to be, looked at, submit those to the committee and then we can review them. And
Chairman,
I don't see that as being a subject we need to discuss here.
I got you. I think David wanted to say something.
one quick question, and that's not to, I think to go to the person that is very deeply involved is Pat. And I mean, I trust Pat to be able to say, here we got all these spinning things all over the place, and it's a lot of component parts of all the folks that I think are able to see with that broad vision. I would love to see 2 or 3 things that Pat might recommend to Finance Committee. So I don't want him to feel left out, that it's just us, because we don't do this full time, and we get bits and pieces and do the best we can do, which I'm impressed very often with the level of comprehension that not me, but people that I'm looking at, you don't know who I'm talking about. You know, very good, and I'm impressed. But I am super impressed with Pat's ability to, he's closest thing to knowing everything that of anybody with the financial end of things and probably performance too. So if our director and Pat could, feel free to come to finance.
Absolutely.
I would
appreciate
even open that up to the members of the executive suite. I think
Yeah.
that anybody in the executive suite can, if nothing else, pass it on to the finance committee for them to review.
And they should all feel free to come to finance committee chairwoman to say, hey, if you
This would
want
be a
to
good
do an idea, here's an idea.
On the finance side. So I think we're in agreement that commission and executive staff will forward to Robin any areas that they have concerns about, and then following up on that, we'll have another report on the financial audit on next month's agenda.
Sounds good.
That work?
Yeah.
Okay.
And Mr. Chairman, that
Yes,
be transcribed into the record.
Right.
Correct.
The advice by the state auditor
auditor,
not to do a comprehensive financial audit.
Right.
Staff, we good with that? Okay. All right. Thank you.
In other words, we need a word for word translation for the minutes.
Yeah.
Because I'll have to correct them if we don't, so let's try to do that.
All right, moving on. Next item on the agenda under the policy committee, tab 4, first policy, we recognize Commissioner Melfors.
Thank you, sir. The policy committee is rather short today. There's there's a couple of items, but the biggest one is the first one I'm going to talk about today, which is 41308-DD, which is the sexual harassment policy, which we've been working on for several months. And now it has gone to public comment, and impressively, there are no public comments. And so we are asking that policy that is in your is in your packet, the next tab, whichever one that is.
4.
Sorry, is in your packet, and it is prepared now for approval after, as I say several times, going to the policy committee. So
Coming out of policy committee, we'll treat that as a motion and a second to approve. Any questions with regard to the policy as proposed?
That does leave in place, as I understand, that's the harassment.
Right,
It does leave in place, does it not, Chairman, the issue of if one in the position of filing some sort of going to their superior, it does not leave out. In fact, it opens up, in a sense, encourages, if it rises to a criminal level, that is not barred or pushed against by staff.
Actually mentioned.
We had a fairly, didn't we barely have?
Yeah, it mentions that specifically in there. I'd have to see exactly where it is, but yeah, it does say that.
It's in the reporting prohibited workplace conduct. Maybe in that section on
It's in,
page 5.
And
it was in the red, it was in red on my last one I looked at, but it's not in red on this one.
And let me make certain, because I know we talked about it. We did put in there that they have to report it to the commission, correct?
That's in the executive limitations.
Okay.
policy.
Okay. I just want to make sure that,
It's not part of this policy,
okay. All right.
but.
That's in the executive limitation policy, and that's been corrected as well.
Right,
Okay. I
that's-
just want, I
that's
couldn't remember. I
separate.
knew we had talked
Tell us
about
where
it.
that
Make sure.
section is, David's talking about.
Is it C, a manager, page 5, item 5C, a manager or supervisor who becomes aware of an incident of alleged discrimination and harassment, sexual harassment, retaliation, hostile work environment, and/or retaliation shall forward the information regarding the incident to the DDSN Office of Human Resources. Is
No, I
that-
think what Stephanie was asking about was the report that comes to us at a certain level.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which
What
then the
Stephanie's
executive
asking about with that, but the other thing that David's asking about is not that either.
Is, that's actually right below what you were reading under reporting prohibited workplace conduct.
Okay.
The second paragraph, this directive is not intended to limit in any way
Yeah.
the right of an employee to report incidents perceived as unlawful to appropriate policing.
And that covers,
That's right.
I think, a lot of territory.
Yeah.
To make sure that whatever happened internally did not become pressure for that individual to seek help elsewhere. So there you go.
That's what he read it. That's right. I'm sorry, I didn't have it in front of me.
It's just better. It was, I just happened to remember where it was read, was all.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Because I was used to looking at it red and it wasn't red. So.
Any further questions with regard to this policy? Then all in favor of adopting this policy as presented, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, that policy is adopted.
I think for the record, you forgot to say came from the policy committee as a motion in a second.
I believe I did say that. I
Yeah.
said that before I asked for questions about it.
Yeah.
I
I'm
did.
sorry, did you? I'm
I
sorry. Go ahead. Sorry. I'm sorry.
There,
I was-
don't mind checking behind me at any time, but we did do that.
Okay, sorry.
Either way. Excellent.
Sorry.
Tell that to my wife. She'll dispute that fact. Okay, other information, other updates from the committee then.
There's only one other, there's a couple of other updates from the commission and from the committee. One was 700-07 DD, the employment first and the employment services standards for individuals is a policy that we went through and it was approved and it's ready for the commission. No, it's not ready for the commission. What am I doing wrong here? What's that? Sorry.
So those were referred to staff?
Sorry, those were referred to staff. I'm sorry. They're not ready for the commission. They're referred to staff and they will be brought back to the commission once they are corrected by the staff. Whenever they're completed by the staff, they'll come straight to the commission because they are just completely staff related and need to be dealt with through that.
Any other updates?
I think they are quite uncontroversial, by the way. We've looked at them and all that. The other thing to mention is that there are approximately 13 other directives that if we refer to the Finance and Audit Committee or to staff for review, and those documents are in various stages. And we will have a major update in our June policy committee of what we've done in fiscal year 2021. Which will be a little slower than the year before, but it's okay because we had so many other things to do. But I am very impressed by the committee and how we've been able to, and of course, with Susan's help and her wonderful staff's help to move that committee forward. And we are doing very well with the number of policies that we are going through. And we will have an update on that at the next policy committee meeting, which is June 8th. If anybody wants to attend, we'll give the numbers and all there.
Anything further? Any questions regard to the policy committee? Okay. Thank you very much. Moving on, under the agenda, old business. First item is communications update. Michael Mickey.
We had some conversations in the last committee meeting about some of the technology in the room, and there were some questions. So there's two things I wanted to do is just kind of briefly talk about the room and then also provide an opportunity to ask questions about some of the newer technology that we're rolling out. And I have put together a brief little presentation to kind of talk through the state of the union as it pertains to technology. As you all know, we've had some challenges in this room for some time. And whether it's wire management, the quality of the audio, and some of the visual as well. So we took a two-pronged approach. Number one is to get phones for each of the commissioners to participate remotely for committee meetings and in some cases commission meetings. We think that's rolling out fairly well. We had some folks on the call yesterday, audio only. Number two was the microphones in the room is a temporary solution that was provided by one of our partners to help get us over the hump of providing quality for this particular commission meeting. We do have another engagement with this vendor to totally redo this room as it pertains to the technology. Total wire management, ceiling speakers, and audio and visual technology to support meetings like this and other policy meetings. In our next commission meeting, we will illustrate that technology and be using it for the first time. I have a packet that has a little illustration of what it will look like and some of the technology we're introducing. In these ceiling tiles, we'll have pods of microphones that'll support the audio and visual. So these things will go away, although they work fine. They're extremely expensive, so don't drop any of them. The technology we're going to has a little more intuitive and intelligence to identify sound in the room and focus on those individuals. So you can talk freely without using the microphone and things like that. In addition to that, the visual is something that we definitely need with the phones and being remote in some cases and having people participate in commission meetings. We want to illustrate a professional look. We're putting a 86-inch screen on the back wall and 255 inches here. That'll give us the ability to see from all angles in the room, persons that are speaking, people that are participating remotely. In addition to that, we have a cable management initiative to have it a cable-less room. You see wires stretched across the floor, trip hazards and things like that. So those are some of the things we're working on right now. There's going to be some additional instruction this upcoming week on remotely accessing this commission meeting from the commissioners using your phones and your desktop. So I hope we've been a great help, our IT and our staff, to come out and show you guys and educate you guys. But I want to see if there's any questions that you guys may have that may need to be answered at this point.
I will. I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm 55 or 50. I'm trying to age myself a little bit here, but these phones, I love the phones, but when we get information, like I like to get my package, my commission package in advance on my tablet where I can read it, and reading them on these little phones is killing me. So I don't know if we need to maybe go to, can we move it and get to it?
Yeah.
Right to it, you can see.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's just
I've got it
about
set up on my desktop.
using different,
Okay.
Christy walked me through it.
Okay, I'm gonna need help
Sure,
walking through that. Because I've been trying to read my commission packet on my cell phone.
Yeah.
That's not working too well.
With regard to the mic system, obviously certain times we have executive session that is not public access.
Right.
We need to make sure there's clear indicators and ease of use when we need to make sure that it's not being broadcast. So that's just something for you guys to consider as you're doing the setup, to make sure that it's not just you guys that know about it, but that there's some indicator, whether it is as simple as the lights, similar to what we have on the microphones, but some way that we have to be assured that executive session is being followed and not being.
And there's a way to do that, to indicate in this room when it's being streamed, and we can definitely incorporate that into the production.
Yeah, let's just make sure that's visible.
Right.
It will work very similar to how your microphones now. The microphones in the light have the green light when they're activated.
Got it.
And they're also control panels on the side of the wall.
Got it. Thank you
So
for that information.
if you're not talking, it won't be activated?
When you go into executive session, the microphones will actually be muted, so it's not there. This question was about how can we tell?
So the indicator,
Exactly.
the indicator will be, there's mics that are going to be in the ceiling that you can visibly look at. And on those microphones, there'll be a green light saying that it's being streamed. If you don't see that, then it's a private conversation.
Got it. Thank you.
So one final question.
Yes, sir.
Can I whisper to Gary and nobody else here?
Well, you just remember hot mics and how much problem that calls people in the past.
But I think
Your mileage will vary on.
The answer is if you see a green light, assume no.
Yeah, the answer is we don't want to do that, I guess. The only other thing to mention, just for the record, how long have you been our director of IT, may I ask, sir?
A little less than a year.
Oh, okay.
Great job.
I was thinking it was more than that, but okay, good, thank you.
All right.
All right. Any other questions, Michael? No. Okay, you're good. Thank you, Michael. Appreciate the update. Okay, next we recognize Susan Beck for an update on the IDRD waiver renewal. That is tab 5.
Great, thank you. And IT also trained me that if the mics are on, they can hear all the ruffling of papers and stuff too. So
Well,
be extra careful up here.
Well, and Susan, given past experience with you, the question is can we hear you over the mic? I mean, these mics do seem to pick you up a little bit better.
Yeah, I don't.
We've had
I
that
don't-
issue with
I
you
don't
in the
really
past.
like it, but I'll deal with it.
Okay.
Thank you. So in tab 5, you see a DHHS Medical Care Advisory Committee update on the IDRD waiver renewal, again, intellectual disability and related disabilities waiver. And I just, kind of say this to give context that, of course, the waiver renewal is something that's led by the Department of Health and Human Services. And DHHS's role in that is that we're the contractor to operate the waiver. So in accordance with that, in February and March, I provided you all with some updates on where we are with the IDRD waiver renewal, which also included in the brief I happen to have with me, that the Medical Care Advisory Committee would receive this update. And then DHHS has indicated that in May also, the public comment period will begin. I say that just relevant to some information you all received earlier, because that is a formalized procedure that CMS, the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, requires for waivers. And so they have a structured process for public comment. I just checked on the website while we were here in the meeting today. That's not begun yet, but certainly we will publicize that well. And they offer lots of different ways for public comment to be received. So I just want to make sure you all were aware of that. So I think just from a commissioner point of view, you might want to know, have there been any adjustments to where the waiver renewal is going since we presented on it last time here? The one change I just wanted to give an update on is regarding the last open circle bullet regarding the environmental modification service. So I presented prior that the goal was to increase the lifetime limit to $30,000. So that would mean from the point of enrollment to the person no longer being enrolled in the waiver ever during their lifetime, it would be $30,000 for environmental modifications like bathroom modifications, ramps, etc. So DHHS did some further fiscal analysis of the impact of that and determined they wanted to take a more conservative approach. So they're recommending that be $15,000 instead of the $30,000. But because of all the good conversations we'd had with Department of Health and Human Services about the necessity for these accommodations and accessibility offered by modifications, they agreed to reevaluate that after a year. So we think that's a good recommendation. So we believe at this time that's the direction DHHS will take, and that it'll just be revisited after a year. So we'll have more to come based on that.
My concern is this: unless somebody immediately sees, okay, the number's gone up, we're immediately going to start construction on some accommodation, there won't be a lot of. A random year doesn't necessarily tell a really good story about how much utilization there might be over the course of a person's lifetime.
Yes, yes. I think they were just wanting to test it out for a year first. I don't really know the 1 year limit. That was just the recommendation we received. I do think you're right. There are a lot of factors that hold back modifications from occurring, whether it's contractors, whether it's just volume, whether it's the decision, the home accessibility. There are lots and lots of factors about how much can be accomplished in a year. So it could be that after a year, they don't have enough information, they don't make a determination about it.
Well, but then the risk is,
yeah,
we didn't do it after a year. We're not, I mean, what do we need to do to send the message that particular item to me is a flawed? I mean, I guess we can encourage public comment on that. If it's going to be a year, we might need to encourage everybody out there who qualifies to go ahead and get your work done this year. But I mean, if we're trying to protect our folks, and again, it's DHHS's call, but we're the subject matter experts on something like that.
So we've heavily advocated from a staff point of view that we prefer the $30,000, but we were very heard, and that was reconsidered. And then this was the result. Again, we're not we're not theoretically in disagreement with it, but there are lots of factors why a year reevaluation, could maybe be a little bit misleading. So of course, public comment, the period will start. We will continue to advocate for that to be clearly looked at and considered, because we know, an average bathroom modification based on the requirements allowed in the waiver can be $20,000. So that's why we were really trying to, kind of go bigger and then offer the opportunity, because people who receive waiver services move, and so they might need more than one bathroom modification done. So we'll continue to advocate for that, but you're right, public comment would be well received.
I guess if it actually goes into effect that way, you probably need to get the message out that we want. Let's get maximum utilization of what we've got so they can see that it's a need.
Sure.
That's my thought.
Sure.
Any other questions? Sorry, on the IDRD waiver update.
I had no further comments except to, remind you all, whenever we talk about the renewal, I try to talk about the amendment too. So the timeline of that amendment would somehow begin with DHHS after they go through the process. CMS can't consider a renewal and amendment at the same time, but all the preparations for that amendment are continuing with our technical assistance entity, with discussions with DHHS. We ask questions about their status with Mercer on a regular basis, because they have to be the ones to work out some rates. I know you have spoken with the director at DHHS about some of that too. So they're not set on specific rates at this point. They're not set on a number of residential rates, and they confirmed that as of last week. So we'll continue to kind of keep our heads up on that and keep recommending progress as well.
Thank you, Susan. Any other questions regarding that from anybody? Thank you, Susan. That'll be fun. All right, we can do that then. If we'll take a 10-minute break. It is 11:47, so let's try to keep it to exactly 10 minutes. So we'll be at break for 10 minutes. initiative, and we'd hear from Lori Manos on that. Thank you, Lori.
Good morning. Thanks for letting me come today. I'm here to present to you the waiver enrollment process improvement that we have been working on for about a year. Okay, so you guys will remember we have historically had a problem with budgeted waiver slots versus enrolled participants, right? And there's been all kinds of reasons for that. And we've tried various different tactics to try to reduce the amount of people that are pending. But what happens is, if somebody's enrolled in the waiver and they come out of enrollment, the next person comes in, right? And there's all these things that happen for that person to go in. So we've been really working on trying to come up with a process that will allow us to get those numbers a little closer. So the first thing I wanted to do was talk to you about kind of how it works now, just because I didn't know if you had kind of that perspective of what's going on now and how people get into the waiver. And then I'll talk to you about what we would like to start doing on July 1st. Okay. So right now, as people become eligible for DDSN services, they are automatically added to the respective waiver waiting list that they would qualify for. Okay. In years past, we didn't automatically add people. We waited for people to ask us to be added. But a couple of years ago, we made the decision to kind of flip that. And what we do is when people become eligible for DDSN, we automatically add them. We tell them that we added them, and we tell them to call us if they want to get taken off, right? So we kind of did the opposite. Instead of waiting for them to tell us they wanted to be added, we said, tell us if you don't want to be added. Once people are added to the waiver waiting list, they kind of just remain there until their name gets to the top. Okay. A lot of those people tend to be either children that are in school or people that participate in other waivers that maybe are operated by DHHS. So they don't have active DDSN, an active DDSN case. Nobody's in regular contact with them. They're just kind of over here on this waiting list. So then their name comes up, and when their name comes up, there are all these things that have to be done in order to get them enrolled in a waiver, right? First of all, you got to locate them, because sometimes if you haven't had contact with somebody for the last 4 years because they've been on a waiting list, you don't have an accurate phone number, you don't have an accurate address. So we try to locate the person. Once we locate them, we tell them about the waiver. They make a decision about whether they want to participate, and then they have to be financially cleared by Medicaid. Now, some people don't have Medicaid at all, so that financial clearance means applying and going through the whole process, where there are other people that just have to have kind of a look behind done, which is a 3-year look back. They do that for all categories of Medicaid except for SSI, right? And so then they have to have level of care, they have to have a plan done, and then they enroll in the waiver. So what's happened in that process is, because of kind of the bottlenecks that happen in each one of those stages, you end up with people that tend to be pending for a long time. So what happens is, if I give Sally a waiver slot, Johnny's the next person on the list, but Sally may take 3 or 4 months to get all that stuff done. And let's say that she ends in not enrolling because she decides I don't want to be in the waiver, but Johnny had to wait 3 or 4 months in order for him to slide into that slot, right? So that's kind of how it's happening. So with the new slot process, what we would like to do is to continue to add people to the waiver waiting list the way that we're doing it now, right? So at eligibility, we'll continue to add folks to the list. We'll send them a letter and say, if you don't want to be on the list, let us know. Then we've built in annual contact with those people on the waiver waiting list, so that at least every year somebody touches base with them to make sure that we have current information on on the person. We can take them off the waiting list if there's a qualifying reason for that, like maybe the person has passed away or maybe they've moved out of state. So we kind of clean up the waiting list annually with that. We also will inform people of where they are on the waiting list so that they kind of know, at least annually, this is what number I am. We have, we can kind of give people a time frame. We don't like to say you're 3 years away, but we can tell them how long the person at the top of the waiting list has been waiting, right? So that they kind of have an idea. 6 months from when people are going to reach the top of the waiting list, we're going to look and see if there's anybody there who has a closed case or has not been determined eligible. So what happens sometimes is people come into the system, they get added to a waiting list. For some reason down the road, their case gets closed, right? And so in order to get them back into services, they have to go back through eligibility in some circumstances. So at 6 months out, we're going to try to identify those people that might take some time. And we're going to go ahead and get their case reopened to get them ready. So then 3 months from reaching the top of the waiting list, we're actually going to touch base with people, offer them a choice of case management provider, get them into active case management, and start preparing them for waiver enrollment, right? So we're going to put them into a processing status. In that processing status, a case manager is actually going to go ahead and make contact with the person and say, hey, you're about 3 months away from getting a waiver slot. Do you want it, right? If you do, go ahead and sign this freedom of choice form. We're going to go ahead and do financial clearance through the Department of Health and Human Services, who has been working with us on this process and is very supportive in going ahead and trying to get people ready. And once we have freedom of choice and financial clearance, we'll kind of put them into a status of ready for slot allocation. So what will happen in the new process is anybody who gets a waiver slot really is ready for enrollment. Okay, all they really have to do is have a level of care and a transition date in order to get into waiver services. So what we hope that this new process will do is allow that gap of people, of number of funded slots versus number of enrolled people to get closer together. So what questions do you have?
How many folks are currently on the waiver waiting list right now?
There's about 13,000 unduplicated.
Okay.
Okay. So there are, but keep in mind that there are a good number of people who are enrolled in the CS waiver that are on the ID waiver waiting list. So.
Okay. And typically, I know this is hard to say, how long, let's say I qualified today to go on, what has been the typical wait for the last couple of years?
So in April of 21, there's different waits for different waivers. Okay, so you have to keep that in mind. The wait for CS was about 3.5 years. The wait for the head and spinal cord injury waiver was really about a month. And the wait for the IDRD waiver was about 5 years and 2 months. Okay, so that's kind of where we've been. But we also are hoping that our hope is with this new process, we're going to do a lot of things, right? Annual contact's going to allow us to weed out people who right now get slots, and it takes us 3 months to know that they got a case manager assigned, somebody looked for them, they couldn't find them, all of a sudden they figured out that they had moved out of state and they needed to do a non-signature declination. And then there's this person behind them who, so the list is not moving as quickly as we think it can. If we get a better process to have people ready for enrollment. The other thing is that sometimes when people get slots, they don't have Medicaid at all. Right. And when you don't have Medicaid at all, it's just a really long time. You got to get a disability determination. You have all this stuff to do. So at annual contact, one of the things that's built into that annual contact is to tell people, hey, you need to go ahead and apply for Medicaid, right? You don't have to have the waiver to get Medicaid in most circumstances. So go ahead and make that application. Go ahead and get your disability determination. We still might have to do a financial look behind when you get closer to enrollment, but we can at least on an annual basis be telling people. We do tell people at eligibility too, like it's in the letter, please go ahead and apply for Medicaid. But you know, sometimes people are kind of like, I got plenty of time. And this way we're kind of having these touch points where we're really getting to people more quickly.
How many people, can you give us some current numbers on the waivers? How many people are currently enrolled in them?
Sure. So right now, well, as of April 1st, okay, so I'm looking at last month's report, there were 2979 enrolled in CS, and there were another 430 people pending. Okay.
Okay.
There were 1,031 people enrolled in Haskell. That's head and spinal cord injury. Sorry. I try really hard not to use acronyms all the time. 1,031.
Okay.
In the head and spinal cord injury waiver, and there were 24 people pending, trying to get enrolled.
Okay.
And there were 8,441 people enrolled in the IDRD waiver and 135 people pending.
Okay. Very good.
Sure. So right now we have 589 people pending. Just to let you know this too, because I'm really kind of proud of this number because we've been working on it. And 12 months ago, we had the same number of funded slots and we had 942 people pending. So we've really been working on trying to do some of this stuff ahead of time. Like we've already started trying to do the annual contact. We've already started trying to make sure we get cases open 6 months out. But this whole idea of processing status is kind of a new thing in this system. It is something to know that this is modeled after the way that the Department of Health and Human Services operates their waivers, so that they kind of have these people who are processing and ready for enrollment at all times. It just helps things move quicker at the back end of it.
Thank you.
I appreciate the presentation. About a year and a half ago, I tried to kind of immerse myself in this, and I thought I had it, but I don't, because I had understood that there was, first of all, to do the whole waiver process, you had to first qualify under Medicaid. But you're saying, no, you don't have to do that.
You have to qualify for Medicaid in order to be enrolled.
To be enrolled, but
Sure.
you could be on the waiting list without
Yes.
being enrolled.
Yes.
Yeah, and I'm having trouble with definitions, understanding the difference between,
I understand.
yeah, enrollment, waiting list, pending.
Right.
And all that. How about running through that real quick again
Okay.
for me?
So anybody can go on the waiting list, right? Anybody can be added to a waiver waiting list. You don't have to have Medicaid. You don't have to have a diagnosis of any kind. If you say, I want to be on the waiting list for the IDRD waiver, you can be on that waiting list. Now, what we do at DDSN is for people that become eligible for services. If their eligibility category
Once
is,
they're on the waiting list, then you're working on them to become eligible.
so if they ask, right? So if somebody comes into our system and says, I want to be on the waiver waiting list, we put them on there. If nobody asks, we put them on there at eligibility, because there are all kinds of people that call that are not necessarily our target population. That's what they call it in the waiver, a target population. But once you get a call of eligibility from DDSN that diagnoses you with a disability that is part of the target population for the waiver, we automatically add you to the waiver waiting list for that target population. So if I get a diagnosis of a spinal cord injury, we add you to the head and spinal cord injury waiver waiting list. If I get a diagnosis of intellectual disability, we add you to the IDRD waiver waiting list and the CS waiver waiting list. We don't add people with spinal cord injuries to the ID waiver waiting list because it's different target populations, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we add you to the waiting list. You stay on the waiting list right now until your name comes up.
So diagnosis could take you to eligibility and then automatically under the waiting list.
Once you get a diagnosis, you go-
Then diagnosis becomes pivotal. I mean, that's what really moves you, because you could be on the waiting list without diagnosis, and you'll never be pending, will you?
So what happens if you're on the waiting list and you don't get diagnosis? And let's just say that you never get a diagnosis.
Okay.
Let's say that you go on the waiting list and you become ineligible, like we go through the process and we say you don't meet the criteria for the diagnosis. At that point, we do level of care for the waiver, because you have to be in the target population to enroll in the waiver, and you have to meet level of care.
Diagnosis, how do you know that you're in the target population?
So it is a suspected, somebody will say, I think this person has an intellectual disability. We want them automatically
Like a
added.
family member, is that what we're talking about?
Sure. Sure.
Okay, so the family member comes and applies, or goes online. I mean, we can apply online, right?
Sure.
Can we do that?
Process?
Can we not go to, isn't there an application to? Okey-doke.
But so again, if you go historically, anybody in our system had to say, I want to be on the waiver in order to get added to a waiting list.
They have to ask.
They don't, which is why we started adding them at eligibility, right?
Yeah.
So again, you learn from past mistakes. I think in the past, we kind of waited for people to say, I would like to be in a waiver, or they had needs such that their case manager would say, hey, you really need to be in a waiver. And we decided that was so inconsistent, because depending on which case manager you had, you might have been added to the waiting list, or you might not have. So we started just automatically adding people.
And that's good.
At eligibility. And we tell people that we added them, and we say, if you don't want to be on the waiting list, just tell us and we'll take you off. So that's kind of how that happens.
I mean, they wouldn't have come to you unless there had been a desire to want to get services of some kind.
So there are people that come to us that don't necessarily want to be enrolled in one of our waivers, at least at the time, right? So there are people that have diagnoses that meet the criteria for DDSN eligibility, but they could be participating in a waiver that's operated by Health and Human Services, and it could be completely meeting their needs right now. So they might not want to be on the waiting list yet, right? So I'll give you, here's kind of an example. Let's say that you have somebody who's exiting school, he lives with his family is completely fine with him continuing to live there. He needs personal care aid services. He's getting them through the Community Choices waiver with Health and Human Services. But the family knows that 20 years down the road, he's probably going to need to go into residential services, which is DDSN, right? So he comes into our system, he gets eligible, he stays as an open case, but he doesn't necessarily want in our waiver right now. So that's kind of why there are people. Eligibility for DDSN does not equal waiver always. We also have people in our system that are not Medicaid eligible, and they're never going to be, right? And we have a few state funded programs that people can access in order to get some like respite for their family, or maybe some family support if they need help paying for something that's disability related.
The pending now, distinguished now, but Chairman, I don't mean to take up. I'll stop with this question, and if you'll allow me, I'll please call, because I'm going to probably need more tutoring.
Sure.
When I think I've got it, like I took notes and I said, all right, waiting list leads us to waiver, eligibility takes us to waiver. Hold it, was it so all right, and then we've got the different programs, and then you can be eligible but not ready to go pending.
Right.
I get, and so pending means what exactly is distinguished from eligibility and
So pending means that there is a waiver slot available for you to enroll in, right? It's a,
Come up on the, your
Right.
names come up at the top. You're you're
Right.
now able to get.
you're able to get enrolled into a waiver program. That doesn't mean you got absolutely nothing until then. Many people don't need anything. They're just waiting to get in that waiver. They're getting their needs met another way. But eligibility for DDSN is not waiver. Eligibility for DDSN is eligibility for DDSN. Waivers are some of the programs that DDSN operates on behalf of the
if
Department
we
of Health
were
and Human
trying to
Services.
figure out people that needed the service right now would take it right now, but there is not a provider that can give that service right now. There's a disconnect then between people that I'm ready to go. I got my waiver. I just want to start somewhere. How do we gauge that? How do we number that number?
So at this point, there's really that we should assume that the people on the waiting list want services. What we find though is that we have a lot of people on the waiting list that don't end in enrollment. Like our
Well, that's yeah.
Our conversion rate for slot allocation to enrollment is really particularly for the community supports waiver is pretty low. I mean, it's like 26% of people that get slots actually enroll in the waiver. And so what happens is right now, when we're giving those slots out, people are kind of bottlenecking the process because they're sitting in these pending slots when there might be somebody behind them that really wants to enroll,
And so
which
you
is kind of
can't
why
just
we
jump past those,
which is
because
what-
they're not that.
So what we're trying to do with the new process is not give slots to people who are not going to enroll. That's the whole basis behind it, right? So you've got, right now what happens is you come to the top of the waiting list and we give you a slot. What we're proposing in this new process is that you are approaching the top of the waiting list. So we kind of put you over here in this processing status and figure out if you need the slot and you want to enroll, and if you don't, you never get a slot. So the person, like if we take everybody who's 3 months out, let's say it's 400 people, right? If 400 people are 3 months out and we put you in processing status, if number 400 gets his stuff done right away, he's the first one to get a slot, right? If number one takes 6 months, he doesn't get a slot for 6 months. So what this processing status does is help that bottleneck from people kind of sitting in pending status, blocking slots.
Gotcha. So really the number of people we still have that haven't either become pending yet are like 12,411. Is that, because what I did was I took the 13,000 on the waiting list for waivers and subtracted the 589 from it.
No, there are, right now, there are 13,299 people.
Okay.
Waiting. No, that's ID.
That's for the ID?
Mm-hmm. And then there are 9,089 waiting on CS and 118 waiting on head and spinal cord injury.
9,089 waiting on IDRD.
Yeah. Now of the
CS, excuse me.
Yeah, of the 9,089 that are on CS, all but 585 of them are also on ID, right? So there's kind of, it's not real, you can't add those numbers together because you've got a lot of people that are on both lists.
Gotcha. Okay. Husky, how many did you say were waiting on Husky?
118.
118?
Yeah, and you guys, I think,
that's not bad.
In the last, I don't know if you recall that it's probably been 6 months or so you approved them to start a waiting list. They didn't have a waiting list for many years.
Okay. So we still got about 13, about 20,000 people, 22,000 people that we need to try to find services for.
It's really more like, it's 13,299 plus 585 plus 118.
But these are people,
Yeah,
These are
how-
people on the list. We don't,
Right,
they have a
okay.
way, we don't know if they technically need or want the waiver.
Yeah, okay.
Like,
So we're,
because they're
yeah.
automatically put on
Right.
because they qualified over here.
Qualified. Okay.
You know, 20% might have moved out of the state over a 5-year period. So
Gotcha.
that number is not, you know, so.
We
gotta find-
just started doing the annual contacts with some interns.
Yeah.
And
we met them
that
last month.
started, I guess it's been December when they started. So what we're finding, and this is not just waiting list people, but of the inactive people that we have, there are about 45% of them that have moved on, right?
We met the
So,
interns, and they were doing
Yeah.
very nice kids and
Yeah.
doing a great job. We
yeah.
were.
So
very impressed.
so hopefully with the new process that we want to start on July 1st and the annual contact, we can get to a point where we have more true numbers. I think that's part of the issue is that we haven't had really true numbers of who's waiting, and we didn't have really good information about it. So.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that what I'm seeing here is the backlog jam within that 3-month period. I love the approach.
Thank you.
So
I'm really
I-
excited about it.
I do think that it would be appropriate based on that for us to have a motion to approve the initiative. I think there was a really good presentation by Lori, but I think to make it really clear, depending on what the vote is, if the vote is to approve that we make sure we get a written version of what you presented to us as far as the initiative as part of the minutes.
Sure.
But certainly would entertain a motion at this point in time to approve the initiative as
So moved.
presented. We have a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
I'll second, and I would like to ask a question by way of discussion. Back a year and a half ago, I read a November 2019 directive that reminded staffers out in the field to begin purging the waiting list after 6 months. What was that about relative to all you've been talking about? Remember a directive in November 2019?
I feel like maybe it was a memo that was just asking case managers to work on clearing their folks that had a slot and they were pending for more than 6 months.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because that's a reasonable period of time from point of first getting a slot to getting them home.
How does that fit in with what you're talking about? That directive?
So right now, remember how I said we have 589 people pending? Those are people that have slots, right?
Yep.
And they're preparing to enroll. A year ago, we had 942 people. And so what we were asking people to do there was please complete the enrollment process. Please don't let these people be in the backlog, right? Do whatever you need to do to get them enrolled or get them out of the way if they don't want to enroll so that the next person on the list can get a slot. So we still have about almost 600 people in that camp. We do have staff here that are kind of working those. So we've kind of gotten to the point where here we're contacting people, the case managers, and saying, you know, where are you on this? Can we get moving on this and that kind of thing. But that's really it. It just fits into, it's really just helping people understand what they need to do to get to the next step. Because our goal eventually is to have the number of funded slots and the number of people actually enrolled and getting services really close. You're always going to have a little bit of variation.
That's what I was going to ask, was what's the difference approximately in the two?
So you're going to always going to have a little bit of variation. Right now, the difference is these people sitting in pending. So the hope is that this processing list makes this number in pending smaller because you don't get a slot till you're ready to enroll.
How do we propel slot availability?
Right. It's based on funding at this point, but the number of slots that are available that are funded.
Yeah. All right. Okay. And so that's gonna vary according to.
The funding slots stays the way that it is until we get some kind of appropriation.
Is that a band issue?
No.
Okay. So what kind of funding are we talking about?
You want to talk
need
about that?
legislative appropriations to increase
Correct.
new wage slots.
Right.
Okay.
So we have that number. The issue is the number of people that are actually getting services, what we would like that to be is that funded number, right? But what happens is in attrition in real world, even if I've always had 100 slots, there's always going to be somebody who falls out, right? You fall out because you die, you move away, you move to another waiver, right?
Yeah.
So when people fall out, we reallocate those attrition slots. And what's happening right now is we're reallocating slots based on you're at the top of the waiting list. What we're trying to do is say, let's get this pool of people over here that's ready. When I have a slot, I give a slot to Johnny and he's ready to enroll. All we got to do is come up with a transition date. That's why we're always going to have a little bit of difference, because you're always going to have people who, well, you got to do level of care, and then you got to make sure that people don't have a break in service. So
in quick numbers, David, the legislature has given us enough money to serve 100 people.
Right.
Under ideal circumstances, we would actually be getting those services to 95 of those people. There's always going to be a little bit of gap because of processing that we can't actually have 100 people getting the services. The problem is when that number is at 75 people only getting the services out of the 100. Because we have that gap between what's funded and who's
Are we
actually.
underfunded that we can quantify? If we had an additional $5 million a hop, you would have all these enrolled people ready to jump. Could you assert that to the Senate Finance Committee, for instance?
Yes.
It would take $28 million of state funds to clear the waiting list.
Okay, now clear the waiting list. That's not the same thing as what,
Yes, yes. For 13,000 people, that's what it would take.
Yeah, but that's not okay, that's what I've been going round and round about, that waiting does not mean they're ready to jump. I mean, it's going to be something substantially different. We just don't quite know.
Well, and the thing is, it's always going to be some level of moving target because it's people, right? So you have people, even if I could tell you today of this 13,000 people, I have 950 that are ready to go. Well, tomorrow, guess what? One of those 950 is probably going to go.
We're dealing with probabilities. I got it. I understand that. I'm trying to get round numbers is what I'm trying to do.
And I'll also say, David, outside of fee-for-service, the other big thing that we are constantly answerable to the legislature is how efficiently, when they give us more money, how efficient are we at spinning up from going from being able to serve 100 people just to serving 125 people. And that's a problem that we have with this.
Yeah. And because one of the questions would be, I mean, if you're trying to get the funding and you're in front of either the governor's, budget or House Ways and Means Committee or Senate Finance Committee, I mean, they would say something like, so if we gave you an additional $25 million, the waiting list disappears, right? And you would say, no.
Right. Because tomorrow somebody new is going to come in tomorrow and need to be on the waiting list, right? So that it's kind of an always moving.
There's also the last big funding thing that we had. They gave us a good chunk of money, but it wasn't like, okay, we have this money and we had the actual providers out there who were capable of taking it. There was a spin up, for lack of a better word, from when we got these funds to when we actually had people who were providing services because of
the other thing is you had this whole idea of people weren't ready and we didn't know where people were.
That's what I was just going to say. People weren't ready.
Not just on our side, people weren't ready. Infrastructurally, there were obstacles that led that to be, quite frankly, inefficient, not great. We ultimately got these people services, but it took longer than it should have. I would say is the best way that I can say it. And I think this would address part of that problem.
Right.
If we get more money, then we're in a better position if we have this in place to reduce that infrastructure building from both sides. Right.
Okay.
Well, and I think if we get,
that's the only reason why I know.
I think it's going, we've had lots of conversations about this. And one of the reasons that we're waiting until 7/1 to implement is we need some kind of technology to help track it all that's going to be ready on 7/1. But my hope, I think it's going to take us a little while to get there, but I'm hoping that within, half a year, we will always have a list of people that whenever a slot comes open, they're ready to go into it, right? They're ready to enroll so that we can just come to that point where we're a lot closer. And we've gotten closer. So I don't want to minimize the work that's been done, but we just really have to get better. And like I said, Medicaid's been a super partner on this. We've been able to streamline some of the processes related to Medicaid eligibility so that we're not going to have to do financial clearance for a whole group of people that we've had to do it before. So I think it's going to be a good process all the way around.
Budget perspective, the work they're doing is, it will put us in a position to say, if you give us 500 slots, we will guarantee you, we will process those 500 people in the same year you give us money.
Right.
Okay.
That's our goal.
Right.
Because
Okay.
right now,
Yeah.
that pipe is a little small.
Yeah.
And if we widen it, we can't ask for money, like Gary said, and not use it in the same year.
I think there's some misunderstanding that may be rambling around like I had misunderstanding on the waiting list and the distinction between, I got 5 terms that is of some interest. But if you're out there if you're a policy decision maker on House Ways and Means Committee or Senate Finance, you got waiting list, eligibility, waiver, pending status and slots, as well as processing slots. That was even another distinction.
But that's,
so it's like, which one gets it? Where do they have to be ready the next day? So
have to be ready for slot
But if
allocation.
you're talking about waiting, then it's not going to get rid of the waiting list. So then they look at it a year later. Wait a minute, we gave you all this money. Why is there a waiting list? And so that's what I think it might be a real problem in I'm not sure you know what you think the term means. It really means. Isn't that the joke from Princess Bride? I don't really think you understand that's what I'm having trouble with. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, we
Mr. Chairman,
we have a
this
motion.
ready line process works.
Okay. We have a second. Any further questions? All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, that's approved. Lawyer,
Thank
just make
you.
sure that you get the written.
We will.
version.
I have it. I'll
You
get
got
it.
it.
Yeah, I'll get it to you guys.
That's great. I would ask, as a follow-up to that, on next month's agenda, let's get a report like we used to have on the waiting list, because those numbers are certainly up. And there's a number of reasons for that. We used to spend a lot of time focused on the waiting list. It's been a while since we've had that report. Susan, you know what I'm talking about.
Yes.
Okay.
It's available every month.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're
We
still
don't need to
doing
go back
it.
there, But.
That's what I'm reading off of. That's what you used to get.
That's what I did. I
Yeah.
knew it was out there, but we haven't had that report to the commission. I'd like to get a report on that and have an update as to why that number's back up, particularly for the community supports number. That number we had that number pretty low. It's back up. I'm sure there's reasons why. I just would like to know why.
Sure.
Mr. Chairman, I recommend you get another box lunch.
Okay, that was actually going to be a question that I did have for everybody. Laura, we're done with you. So the lunches are here. Do we want to distribute those? I'd also like to get our photograph. I didn't realize they were still here I'd like to get our photograph done for our employee of the year so that they can get back on the road and get back home. Do we want to take a quick break to distribute out food at this point?
Yes.
Okay, so let's do that. And if we could get our picture process done with our employee of the year, and then we'll go from there. Okay? So we're going to take a 5-minute break this time just to kind of administratively do that. We'll go on to the next item, which will be council. Sorry for the break.
No, I'm happy about that.
Yeah.
These is great.
You okay, Barry?
Yeah, I lost what I was gonna say, but it's only 1 minute to say.
Oh, I'll get up.
That's a good thing sometimes, for me to lose what I was gonna say.
Yeah, true.
Where how we've done this And so the next item is the administrative service contract with DHHS.
So the administrative contract is in your packet, copy of the contract. I'm happy to report that we're at the stage where we're ready to sign and DDSN will be ready to sign with commission's approval. So myself and other executive staff members met with DHHS on multiple occasions and hashed out all the details relevant to the contract. The contract has now been reviewed by all the pertinent DDSN and DHHS staff to include legal. By proceeding with the execution of the contract, DDSN will receive 8.8 million, taking off the $8 million in funding. So I'm now requesting approval of the commission to proceed with signature. And I believe that Director Kerr has he already signed, Susan?
On this, is not.
Okay, I think they were waiting on my signature first and then he's ready to sign. We got the contract, I believe, last week and said that it was ready for signature.
Is this a repeat of previous contract, basically?
Yeah.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I would so move that.
We have a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion with regard to the administrative services contract?
Yeah, I got a question. Give me a couple of examples of kind of administrative services they provide, so I just generally will understand what's here. You could say in scope of services, for instance.
We have two types of overhead costs, direct costs and indirect costs. The direct costs pertain to things that we can charge to this contract. And they generally, like all of our waiver services that Susan's group does, goes into this contract. But we also got some other things in there with the community, ICF administrative costs in there. It's basically all the administrative things we do to keep the waivers running and to support the waivers. Some of Lucas's costs are on here because he's out there supporting the waivers with like the critical needs list. So it's probably about half the overhead we have directly goes into this contract. And then the other half is indirect costs.
So we're getting the 8 million for about half the cost.
$8 million is it's about 22 million in cost, it turns into 8.8 million. Some of it's 50% and some of it is at like 80% of 50%. Indirect costs we can only get 80% of the 50%.
80% of 50%.
If it's a direct cost, you get 50%. If you're an indirect cost, you can only apply it to the percent of our business that's in the contract, which is about 80% of our business is in that contract. Indirect at a lesser amount. It turns into about indirect costs about 40%.
But thankfully, this way we're not losing money anymore like we once were.
In years gone by, we got no benefit because we had such excess costs in the system. This is really beneficial to us to recoup overhead costs that we have in a year.
And it should also let us pass more money through more cleanly, ultimately, right? That's the objective, is that
all
the money going through
all
now.
the other money that comes in for services is going to be, the rate is going to equal what the providers get. So it's a fee for service,
right?
And then that gets us out of the loop of splitting rates, and that sets us up for fee for service, and also sets us up for simplicity in cost settlements. It sets us up for it saves a lot of overhead.
We don't have to take a cut off the top to pay for our own business.
So perception of it.
Right.
So it essentially gives the providers more money because we're not taking that money away anymore. I don't think anybody has brought that up yet, but
that was the net effect of the B&I switch. $7 million of things that we used to cut passed through to the providers on January 1st.
they need to be reminded of that, I think. That we just did a brilliantly simple thing that'll get them more money and give us administrative costs.
We had a motion and a second. Any further questions? All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, that is approved. Your signature, Constance, I believe. Okay, you don't need ours.
No.
Okay, all right. Next items on the agenda, going on to tab 7. Pat, you ready to go?
Yes,
All your
sir.
stuff. Okay, so the next thing will be the CMS guidance on the 10% FMAP increase.
If you can go to tab 7, I just prepared a one-page summary that I'll go over real quickly, but just to give you a little bit of backdrop. This is a very important program for DDSN and our providers and the people we serve over the next 1 to 3 years. In March, with the passing of the American Rescue Plan Act, it dedicated 10% of our home and community-based billings. Basically, our match will go up 10%. And what it basically means is we will generate about $40 million a year through this component of the American Rescue Plan Act that'll be dedicated for the home and community-based service operations. And so that was passed in February. It went into effect on April 1st, but of course, nobody could do anything with it because there wasn't any CMS guidance. What this document is, dated May 13th, is CMS is giving us guidance, us and HHS, that this is how we're going to implement it. And the way we're going to implement it is, and I'll get to that in a minute, is each state will come up with a plan on how you're going to spend your money. And we have to get that back to CMS according to this document within 30 days. And it will be from HHS. It won't be from us, but we have to get our input into it. And we have not worked out those logistics yet, but we are working on them now. But for our perspective, we're going to get about $40 million this 1 year. And the law gives us great latitude on how we want to spend it. And without going into a lot of super detail, we have 2 choices. You can have short-term choices as to expenses that can help rebuild and reconstitute the system, possibly even address some provider financial weaknesses caused by the COVID national pandemic. We also can come up with strategies to improve the system with longer term issues. And they give us, even though we get the money in 1 year, and the way we get the money is they basically increase our match by 10%. They'll turn to $40 million. But they give us 3 years to spend the $40 million. So the strategy can be a combination of short-term things that we get money out right away, and it could be longer-term strategies. It's really it's a clear canvas that we have to operate on, which is good, and it's also more challenging. And we don't have to decide that today. I'm just giving you the parameters of what's coming at us, and it's coming at us pretty quick. And our job is to work with HHS to figure out the deadlines of when we have to get the information. And then we're going to have to coordinate with the providers, get some input, and then we're going to have to come up with a strategy of how to spend this approximately $40 million. Some key points are just basically, we can't use this $40 million to substitute for state funds to pay for current services. It has to be on top of what we already spend. And the second thing is we have to select one or more activities to enhance, expand, or strengthen the HCBS system that we have. And that's where we come in. It's like, what do we want to do? It's like when I read this, it's like, just don't spread the money around without some strategy. We have to have some sort of strategy of what we want to achieve. It doesn't have to be all the money, but there has to be some strategy as to why we're doing what we're doing to meet South Carolina's unique needs. If you go to, the other important point that I want to point out is there are heavy reporting requirements to CMS. And I don't think, I mean, obviously there's such great interest in how we spend this money from the provider network that we need to be transparent in how we spend it. We got to be transparent in how we come up with a strategy. And so I think our job here in the next probably week is to come up with a way to get provider input with very specific ways And whether it's commissioners meeting with people regionally or however we do it, we got to get that input and then we got to shape a strategy. But before we do that, we have to get some guidance from HHS as to what our timelines are. Sometimes when you read this document that says 30 days, it may be 60 days. I mean, the law went into effect April 1st and we're just talking about it now. So the timelines may shift, but the most important thing from your perspective is we have the money, we got to come up with a strategy. And I believe from a provider and stakeholder perspective, there's gonna be a lot of interest in this. And the methodology that we lay out has to be pretty structured, has to be transparent, has to be published so people can see that we're, how the money's spent and why we're spending. And so I know we're short on time today, and I'll keep moving it along. And but the two last bullets I want to make is one: if we take some of this 44 million, and part of our strategy is to reinvest it into existing services. If I take 5 million of this money and I get existing services, I will get matched on top of that 5 million. So there is a multiplying effect if we decide to do services as opposed to, what's that? Well, now with the increased FMAP, it used to be 70-30, now it's like 76-23, and with this, it's going to be 86-14. It's very advantageous during the next year. Part of our strategy, we really got to consider, do we want to increase services in year one? Because that would be able to match. So that's the kind of thinking that we got to bring to bear to this. And I just want to give you a snippet of this. The link I think we've emailed you the full text, but the link's on here in case you need it. And there's just a lot of interest out there. But give us a couple of days to get with HHS to come up with a strategy. And then the providers want to plug into us, and we got to get a plan together. And I think in the next 2 weeks at the most.
And the providers that spoke today,
They were talking along the same lines.
how they were
Right.
presenting their case.
I realize that might increase waiver time.
Excuse me?
May we use this money to increase waiver funding?
It is specifically on the list. You can do that. You can address the waiting list for some of these funds if you so choose.
Legislature might like that, might give them an example. We're doing what we want done with our own money instead of asking them for more money all the time.
It is a strategy that is certainly on the table.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
So basically, then I would recommend that we further peruse the input from the providers, look at short and long term with a heavy concentration on services.
And on the attachment, there's 3 attachments. Attachment B, the very first one, is just a list of services that are going to get the 10% match. The next one, Appendix C, it gives you a list of the type of services that you can use to address the short-term COVID-related needs. And Appendix D gives you ideas for longer-term strategies. So it's just kind of a starting list for our thinking.
Right. But that heavy concentration on services, that's where
I think
the rubber meets the road.
There you go.
Mr. Chairman, adding on to what Commissioner Miller suggested, I do suggest that we try to do at least there's 7 of us, do district meetings with those those directors, and even include the heads of the facilities that we have in those facilities, the service centers that we have in those areas, have them come to a meeting in our district, if possible. I think we should try to set those up within the next month, if possible, and have staff there with the commissioners to receive that feedback and to help us develop a plan for our individual districts. Then we can all, I think, come back together probably. Is that kind of what we're thinking?
I think it would be super well received by the provider network to have face-to-face conversations about this amount of money.
Well, I think the smaller groups like that would be a better, if anyone wants to go to the other districts, I think that's fine, but at least the commissioner representing that district.
Let's treat that as a motion to instruct staff to create district.
Okay, that's fine.
That works.
That way we have a clear instruction to staff, so I'm gonna treat that.
That works. I'll take that. I'll do that as a motion then. That'll be great.
Can we,
What would be examples of the staff members that would come with us to these meetings?
Of course, Pat, I would think.
I think me, Susan, if me, Susan, or Rufus, will definitely, one of us will be there.
Yeah.
I think we just gotta come up with a packet as simplified as possible so that we can communicate it. We know the parameters, and whichever one of us shows up will be able to facilitate that.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
So what Commissioner Rawlinson just said would be added to what I've already stated?
That's sort of a Stephanie. I haven't actually done a motion for you because she was doing something more specific about finding out information. I was going to circle back to what you had to get a motion on what you had.
Okay, but it could be incorporated.
It could be. It could be.
I'll open my motion up to include anything Commissioner Miller wants to add
So
to it.
if you want to amend onto the motion, in addition to saying the meetings, the focus would be
to dealing with, to get the input from providers, look at short and long term with a heavy concentration on long term, because that's where we're going to get the biggest punch for our bucks.
So we'll incorporate that in as part of that process to have the staff organize the district meetings.
Yes.
For the process. That's the motion that's on the table, joint motion, we'll say.
That's fine.
Okay.
I've seconded if you need a second.
I think we need a second. That'd be appropriate. Any further discussion with regard to that motion?
Let me ask a question. All right, in getting this input, I'm going back to what the speakers were saying, and I think the person's name was Dixon. Is that the name of the lady who came?
The last
one.
The last one.
Yes.
Now, when we're getting input, from everybody, does everybody mean the representative of the entirety? Because I think what she was saying, and I don't know any of her numbers if they're correct or not, the people that are being taken care of residentially at home. I mean, help me out, Pat, in understanding.
I think, when we say provider network, this is it should really be stakeholders should come. So I mean, you have family, you may have other people like that, or more like that person seems to be more representing the at-home community as opposed to a residential provider.
Right.
So I think we should not.
At home maybe was what she used.
I think
that's great.
But she used it, I mean, it was like 80-something%. Is that right? I mean, the percentage, is that correct?
I didn't understand much of what she said.
What she said was 83% of the people we serve are in their own residences. I'm not sure if that was true or not.
Well, in any case, it's got,
What I heard
it's some big number. It's some fairly good sized number. They should not be left out, is my point.
That's the bottom
So the
line.
stakeholders, chairman.
That's the bottom line.
Yeah, exactly.
They're
Yeah, I mean,
we can change that to stakeholders. I'm sorry.
Yes. Yeah. No,
I always feel like the directors in those areas represent those providers. I mean, that's just how I look to my directors to represent the views of all their constituents, whether they're provided in a home or provided at their home.
I do think that what Mr. Koch said was in his first meeting was very interesting, which is that we do need to part of this money needs to be added for those waiver slots, because that would be very helpful to our state to use some of that money to add waiver slots. It's just using federal money instead of state money, and that helps everybody to have more waiver slots.
Yes.
So a percentage of this money should certainly be that. I don't know what percentage. I'm not trying to make a statement right now, but I mean a percentage of this entire $40 million.
I think that was addressed by that motion, by the
right.
I think we can also look, I like the concept of feeding our, helping our day programs get back on their feet. We're at like 50% occupancy, I think 50-something% from pre-COVID levels. And I'd like to see us get that number back up to where it's, at least 80%, 90%, somewhere in there. And I think, we can help with some of that as well. I liked all their ideas. I thought they were all very well thought out. Telehealth idea was a great idea as well.
But going back to what Pat said, what we have to think about is long term.
That's right.
This train, we may never see this train again coming through the station. I have no problems with short-term, because there are some short-term issues, but long-term, we won't lose. We'll be in the driver's seat, right, Mr. Pat?
It's a strategy that we need to find that tipping point.
Let me ask a question on this, on the waiver slots. If we funded waiver slots with this, how would those slots be funded next year? And that's
part of the risk factor of it.
That's a concern for me, is if we go fund a bunch more waiver slots, then next year we wouldn't have the funding to fund them again.
Not permanent funding.
And that worries me a little bit.
Well, you can't yank them.
Well, we have, but
Yeah,
we have 3 years to spend it.
okay,
So
that
you can
helps.
fund it for 3 years.
3 years, true.
And then you could say, look, man, we got to have more fund slots because we just funded them for 3 years and y'all didn't have to give us any money for that. Now we need our money back.
That's
part of the strategies that.
Right, Pat, that's what Pat was saying, because what's gonna happen is, when we look at the long-term strategy, there's gonna be extra money that wouldn't be there if we were dealing just with the short-term
That's right.
strategy. So we can employ those other components.
Yes, we need to look at all that.
Yeah.
Any further discussion of the motion is Stan?
I'll just kind of let everybody know, I guess, put you on notice. I mean, I'm going to be looking at one feature of this, the per capita. That is, how is the disbursement, how does it roll out per capita to at least get a view of the general fairness of everything? I mean, what the last speaker said, that kind of startled me. So I would maybe like Pat to help.
We have about, if you take just our waiver participants, 70% are at home.
Yeah.
And 30% are in residential settings. The cost of residential settings, because of the cost, is here.
Yes.
So we have 30% of the people spending probably, maybe 75% of the cost. That's
Disproportionately higher.
Yeah.
Because of the severity or whatever.
And just the level of services they're getting.
You don't have to
Yeah.
pay for as much as when you run a facility with people over it and all the stuff that they have to do.
Philosophically, we've always sort of been in a position of people who get services from their families in their own homes get supports, but we've never viewed our system as replacing the natural supports that a family would give those individuals. That's why whereas somebody who is, let's say in our custody, that's a poor way to put it, but who's living in one of our residential type settings, we have more responsibilities to take care of their day-to-day nutrition and daily needs and things like that we don't have for people who are living at home. That's been a sort of a philosophical way that South Carolina.
There's another philosophical way to look at it too, and that is you avoid everything you can do to keep from institutionalizing people.
Right.
Because that really kicks your numbers through now, therefore, if you have the opportunity to help out those people to keep them from opting to a waiver program that would institutionalize them, that would be very, very smart to do. So there's that angle to think of too as a policy.
Yeah. I think that's why you call it community supports as opposed to community pay for everything.
Yeah.
It's a supporting function.
The HSP really did a good job. I mean, I'm looking at their report. They did a great job in putting this together. And, I think if, take the time, if you haven't already, and take the time and really study it. I think it's got some great concepts in it. Of course, Pat's work's always good.
Mr. Chairman, I offer my services to work on this committee.
I think we need a
work with,
committee.
let us strongly will volunteer my services.
Well, why don't we let him get this initial thing done, Pat, and then we form a committee, maybe based on, like in June, maybe we'll.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, that'll work.
Because then I think the staff will be in a better position to give us some guidance.
Right.
Based on the work they're doing.
I do have some background in that I think can lend itself to this process.
Okay. Still have that pending motion. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. Anything else with regard to that item, Pat, we need to go?
Nope, good to go.
Okay. So let's go on to tab 8, the CPIP plan.
Okay.
I'm gonna have Andrew Theron, who's our Director of Engineering. So he's going to talk about it. Just give me about 2 minutes to warm up. And the comprehensive permanent improvement plan is a requirement of state government. Every agency has to do this once a year, generally in May, getting ready for next year, so that we communicate to the state as to what capital improvements we're going to do. Any capital improvement is a $100,000 project. Even if it's a maintenance project, it's over $100,000, it's determined a capital project. And they do that because they want to control state budgets from building buildings that are nobody in. They want to be efficiencies. So they do a due diligence of our capital improvements. We come to you every May and we will come up with a list of capital improvements that we can afford and do. Our needs list is probably greater than our list here, but this is what we can afford, and we can afford more this year than we have in the past. For several reasons. And over the last 5 years, we've done a lot of work to get this into shape. 4 or 5 years ago, we had a practice where we would put money into CPIP accounts that really weren't for a specific project. They were for like maintenance projects, almost like a bank account. At one point, we found out we had like $15 million of unused funds there. And we worked hard to get that down. So I can say now, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Andrew, those counts have pretty much gone away, or there's a few dollars left in them.
Yeah, we're down at kind of the bottom of the
Right.
barrel for some of those projects.
So if you give us money, it's for a real singular discrete project to the best of our ability, so that we're not putting money away and not using it for 4 or 5 years or more. And our average request annually was $3 or $4 million. So this is not a crazy big request. It's probably a little north of average. And with that said, I'll turn it over to Andrew and go for it, Andrew.
I think that just to introduce myself, I'm Andrew Theron. I'm the Director of Engineering here at the agency, and I'm here to, of course, look at the 5-year CPIP plan for the agency. And like Pat said, every state agency in June is required to submit a 5-year capital improvement plan to the Department of Administration downtown. They regulate this process. So with the commission's approval today, we would look to submit this to them next month as our agency's plan for this year. This plan, if you look at the 5-year proposal that we have laid out, this comes from lots of meetings with the administrative staff at each region, with the maintenance staff. We kind of start getting together first of the year, every year, and kind of start planning what our CPIP is going to look like for the year. So we get input from them. We sit down with Rufus and his operations team, get together with the finance team, and this is kind of what shakes out. As Pat said, this year, the way it looks different from several years in the past is that these projects are for specific projects. They're not these big maintenance projects that we've kind of done in the past. So these are project-specific CPIPs. You'll see a lot of roofing replacements, a lot of HVAC replacements, fire protection type projects. Those are our comments. Always going to be our big ticket items every year. But with the commission's permission, we would like to submit this downtown to next month for this year's capital. If there's any questions about any of the specific projects or how we come up with this list,
I'll add one question. Year one, what we're asking for today in year one, we're asking you to approve year one so that we can fund year one. Years 2, 3, 4, or 5 are projections that they don't really hold us to. I mean, they would like, it's just a way for us to plan the future. But when we're here next year, number 2 does not exactly have to roll to number 1. We can readjust our priorities. So 2 to 5 are not binding. It's just a planning function. Year 1 is we need approval to spend $4.1 million on these projects. And if you approve it, what we end up doing is through the treasurer's office, we put our money there to fund the projects, and then the projects take place, and the executive budget office coordinates the expenditures. And we just, then from there on, we just follow the normal.
This is the stuff we've looked at before.
This is, you will see CPIP like once you approve this, you're just approving the concept. When Andrew goes out and does the legwork, he'll come back in 2 or 3 months and he'll say, I have a $1.2 million contract for the electrical grid at Midland Center. And that you still have to prove the expenditures of the fund.
But I mean, haven't we, Chairman, just real quick? Yeah, haven't we already looked at this? Haven't we?
What we're approving is the whole plan here.
I think what they,
Yeah, when the coastal center power grid came up, that was kind of in between this process. So it kind of came up at one point last year when we said, hey, we're going to report on this, but it wasn't on our 5-year CPIP. So we brought it to the commission.
Okay, I just said, it wasn't the first time we've seen it in the last year. I mean,
It's definitely not. Again, the last time you saw the full 5-year list like this was last May. Typically, we present it in May again for June submittal. But there are projects that come up from time to time in between that process where we've got to. Yeah, some of it you've probably seen before. Some of it you'll definitely see again, as Pat said.
Chairman, I think one of the questions that had come up, if I could, is I think this issue came up. You got the electrical grid. The question was, why is it that electrical being taken care of by, if it were upstate Duke Power, I mean, the equivalent in the Low Country. I don't know who that is.
Dominion.
Yeah, Dominion. So remind me of what the answer was.
Well, Dominion is, they're the main power
Providers. Yeah.
Illinois State, and what the project entails is for us to bring the system up to right now the system's old, it's 54 years old.
Mm-hmm.
It's not in good shape. Our plan is to bring it up to current code and then hand it over to Dominion Energy for them to maintain. They don't want it in its current condition. So we're going to bring it up to a level where
they'll be responsible for it after that.
After that, yes. Right, that's a requirement.
Wow, we didn't.
You have to bring it
Why
to
they didn't do
code.
that before, God knows.
They'll take it from there. My question to you is, from an engineering, architectural perspective, the project that you have listed, you satisfied with them?
Yes, sir. I think, again, with a lot of stuff on here, again, a lot of roofing projects, and we've got an inventory of probably about 150 buildings, 160 buildings across all our 4 campuses. Things like that you got to stay up on every time, or you're going to turn around one day and say, man, we got 8 roofs that are more than 25 years old. So in order to stay on top of that, we don't find ourselves in that position. We'd like to kind of look at a couple of them and get on.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we approve this plan.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, I heard Robin a split second before. Barry, I saw you were going to say something. I just wanted to roughshod over you. We got a motion in a second. Do you have anything additional?
I just wanted to ask one thing about the Witten Center dorm situation here.
Sir.
How many Witten Center dorms do we have?
There are 100 buildings, dorms 1 and 2 through 108. And then there's 201, 204, 205, 209, 207, roughly 12 of them or so.
And this is to do one of them.
Yes, this is 201 renovations on year 1. 201 is actually one of our oldest occupied dorms in the regional centers. It's just one that we've got kind of in the hopper to get on.
Everything else is projected, numbers can change.
Correct, yes. And as Pat also mentioned earlier, this list is fluid.
Right.
So years 2 through 5 are kind of conceptual, but things can move around based on hard.
Yeah, because I just heard that someone made reference, and I'm not talking about what we're talking about, that maybe in another 60 days, we'll see a change in the economy. But that have nothing to do with this particular project 1. I'm in agreement.
Okay.
Chair, on call for a vote.
All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, that CPIP plan is approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next item on the agenda will be the B&I conversion approval for the Band G&H swaps and outliers.
All right. Today we're entering the execution phase of B&I where the planning of doing the band swaps, which we have completed, and we're going to ask for approval today. And then also we've entered the phase where our provider network is sending in outlier requests, as well as band G to H band increases, all of which is increased funding. And the process we use, we already talked about the swaps at length. And what I'm going to present you today is an attachment to the memo, is a list of the swaps, identifies the HRST scores, which we've talked about at length as to whether they're high or low. And then this was given to Rufus and his team to look at as a due diligence, with the HRST scores being the qualitative data as to the need level of each person in the G or H. And then Rufus made a determination whether it was a reasonable decision to move one up while one moves down. It has no net cost or revenue impact. It's just basically realigning the provider's residential settings in anticipation of then going into the next phase where we can increase with outlier requests or band requests. And the reason we're doing all this is because when we did the BNI, there was a net negative statewide, and we're using some of these funds to now re-energize the outlier process, which has been dormant for 3 years. So there's some backed up need in the system, but people still have to come in with a package. They still have to get through our weekly process of outlier and band requests. And when we look at outlier and band requests, the directive and guidance that we have on the table is pretty clear, which is basically a provider has to first show that they've spent the money. If you spend the money in advance and say, look, my band can't take care of it, then that's compelling evidence that you have a need that you've already addressed, but it's so high, we need to compensate you. And so it's not there is a little bit of subjectivity, but if you can't pass the money test, it's hard to get past the yes test. And so I'll defer some of that more detailed information to Rufus, who's been doing this for 20 years. But my role is on a monthly basis, probably for the next 3 or 4 months, as these trickle in, every Friday we meet and we will go over the people that have requested. And the ones that we decide. If someone can't make that threshold test, we will go back to them, ask for more information. And at some point when we have all the information they could give us, we will make a determination of accept or decline. And so what we have here, I have 2 schedules, one for the band G to H swaps. And once we decide that today, that will be done. We'll never bring it up again. And then from here on out, we'll be talking about band increases or outlier increases. And each one we itemize as by the direction of the commission that you guys want to know why we're reapproving money. And this is the purpose of this, is to go through each one or give you the aggregate, what we recommend, and then you're the deciding factor whether we should fund them or not. But for you to decide, you kind of know how the engine works, and that's why Rufus is here. He can talk a little bit more about the methodology they use as far as making the preliminary determination as to whether to recommend a band increase or an outlier increase. I can say that the volume of requests are less than what I anticipated, but they're picking up a little bit. And when I wrote this report last week, we opened this program on April 1st. And as of last week, we only received 24 requests so far.
For more money?
For more money. And of those 24, we were able to make determinations on, count them right here, 1, 2, 3, 6. We were able to make 8 determinations, which means the other 16 are still pending. And we go back to them and ask for more information. And we'll give them all the time they need to ask for more information. But they're not going to get to yes or no decision until.
How many outliers, Chairman, are there? How many
outliers?
Yeah, how many outliers are we funding?
Currently funded?
Yeah.
Rufus?
$2 million.
Numbers of individuals?
3 to 30. That'd be like 150.
I was going to say, it seems like 150 stuck in my mind.
Yeah.
Now, so there's an increase built in for what we're going to do. Is there?
We have available funds for this, and the original. I mean, the sources is our year-end cash reserve are going to be at least $50 million. But the specific funding source when we started this was when we did the band flip, there was like a negative $4 million cash flow to the system. So we said, look, we have to do it in order to get to fee for service, but we want to recognize that if you have unmet residential needs, send them in and we will adjudicate them on an individual basis. So that's what we're doing here. It's kind of an equity to make sure that the excess funds that came back to us on the band flop didn't hurt anybody. Because if they need those excess funds to serve somebody because they have an outlier request, we're gonna give it back to them. And, but we have to make that determination. And once we make the determination, our recommendation is, if you say yes to our recommendations, that we fund them effective January 1st, retroactive to the band flip, so that they will be made whole since the time we took away the bans and took some of the excess revenue from
Given
them.
the extraordinary nature of outliers and the cost that is there, there's not that many individuals, but the numbers, I mean, as I have heard people talking years ago, it was, wow, did you know that the HHS is spending, DDSN is spending, $200,000 or something per person or something like that. You'd hear these, wow, that's a tremendous number. I mean, you could have them, what process is used, I guess is what I'm asking, to make a determination on an outlier?
Yeah, I'll give you an example. If we have 4 individuals in a CTH2 home, and
Explain CTH.
okay, it's a 24-hour service. It's habilitation. Our individuals pay their own room and board, but we pay the staff is the biggest cost. But there's other costs involved in running that home so that they can have habilitation. And it's a habilitation home, but it's also it's called the training home. It's a training home. So if you have 4 individuals in there, and they are given a band H, which is $100,000 a year, that house has $400,000 landing in it. Okay, that's a lot of money to run that house. Now it goes quick. If you have 24/7 operations, one person on one shift all year long, you're at $170,000 right away. That's what, okay. So as you add more staff, it adds more cost. So if you have individuals in the house that have high needs, you have behavior problems, you have medical issues, and you start adding more staffing, staffing is the general reason why they do it, but not always. They have to show that they have money in the house that is far beyond what we could have paid. And you have to factor all the money in the house. So you better show you're not only spending the 400, but you're spending more than that. Now, part of the 400 is this, it doesn't all go in the house. When you run a provider network and you look at how their costs are allocated, when you take their direct costs, their indirect costs, they have a lot of cost load outside of the house that gets allocated to the house. So what we look at is, show us what you're spending above what is normal. And in this particular case, the threshold for an H, you have to show that this person is you're spending an extra $30,000 on this person to get the $30,000. If you can show you're spending, I think the threshold is that right? 30 or 27? 127. If you spend $22,000 more per person, you don't get an outlier. If you spend $26,000, you don't get an outlier. If you spend $27,000 and $1, you get $27,000. The model is, the capitated model is of your population you serve, on average, you have some lows and highs and they wash out. But when you have an extreme high, we got to take care of that. So we're really looking for the extreme high, unusual cases. We have 150 in a system out of 3,500 beds. So it's not abused. And so what we're doing is, because it's been stagnant for so long, we want to restart it, use some of these funds. And I think from the providers sending in only maybe 30 so far after 6 or 7 weeks is an indicator that maybe it's not as dire, but at the same time, you have to look at the year we came through in COVID, where our people are probably being underserved because they can't hire people to get in the house. So from a cost basis, they have to prove they're spending at least $27,000 more than the average person. So it's a high bar to get over.
And of course, when we go to fee for service, if they're providing the service, they're going to get the money anyway.
Yes.
So if they're providing that $27,000 worth of services, we go to fee for services, they're going to be funded that way.
When we truly go to fee for service, instead of having like one bucket where you're gonna have 3 buckets, and based on your assessment, you will be in low, medium, or high. I'm just throwing that out as a generalization. And so you will make determinations before placement that this person has a lot of needs, and you will go to the high needs house. So it'll cut down on outliers in the future. There's a lot of math here.
As I understand it, outliers are a thing of the past when you go to fee for service.
If
you don't do that anymore.
It'd be less, but I think you can never discount the need of, they call them modifiers. If you have some unusual, they might add a modifier.
If you prove for the system, for any system, folks who have challenging and unique needs that are essentially are above the average. So there should be a process for providers to seek additional funding to meet individuals.
Well, since we're the only state in the union that doesn't do fee for service, what do the other states call that?
Modifiers.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And if you look at the numbers, you're going to see Rufus is being very judicious with his determinations. Yeah.
So. This is team, the finance. We have management offices.
So would,
Sure, what are you looking for from us?
so we would, oh, sorry, so we would need a motion to approve I was gonna.
Okay. I want everybody to look at attachment A.
Okay.
If you look at attachment A, that's the
switch.
That's the 46.
46 or 44.
It is 46 that we looked at, and we approved 44.
Okay.
And there's the data as to the HRST scores, and Rufus can give you any detail on it. And I think we put our actual on page 2 of the memo, we put our request for the commission, which was to approve the 44 band swaps contained on attachment A.
And approve the 1 band increase.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Are we doing these separately? Scheduled?
I don't know we have to unless somebody wants to.
Well, I'm moving both.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve both requests as outlined on page 2. We have a second.
Second.
I think she beat you by just a hair again.
Boy.
Any further discussion with regard to that motion?
It's good to be the afternoon. Things pick up around here. Thank you.
All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, hearing none, that is approved. All right, Pat, next item on the agenda is the update on the ICF statewide deficits.
This issue popped up in January, February this year, when one of our providers who had 2 ICF facilities with 16 individuals basically said, with the rate you give me, I can't afford to serve these people. I'm going to give them back to you on June 30th unless you give me a higher rate. And we've seen this problem before. It stimulated us to look at the entire system. And we looked at the entire system from a financial perspective and an operational perspective. And I'm only going to give you the financial perspective. And when we looked at the entire system, we have one provider didn't provide us information with financial statements. So I looked at 19 providers. They got 57 facilities and they got 464 beds. When they provided us their cost reports, they had $47 million in revenue, $51 million in expenses for a system-wide loss of $3.9 million, almost $4 million. And if you look at the distribution, basically the ones that made money was very nominal money they made. And the bell curve for everybody under 0 was big. So it looks like it's an underfunded program. So financially, the way we do this is we look at everybody's cost reports and then we adjust them a couple of ways. First thing we do is the revenue they claim is basically most of the money we gave them. So what we do is we look at what we gave them in the band payment and we tie it into what they have on their cost reports. And on 14 of the providers, it worked great. On 5 of them, there was differences. And we went in and looked at the differences and they all turn out the same way, which is basically in the band system, they can take revenue from one bucket and move it to another. But for our purposes, when you're looking at a rate, we got to move that money back in the bucket so that we have an apples and apples analysis. So we had to adjust that $4 million loss down by $1.3 million because of this accounting issue. It really wasn't a loss. It was basically, they took money due to our program and moved it someplace else. Internally, it was their own internal decision. So it was an accounting issue. And it's not an accounting error because the capitated model lets them do it. But for our perspective, if we're looking at a rate, we want all the revenue that we gave to that rate. So we had to adjust the loss down $1.3 million. And then if you look at the other lead sheet, we made 2 other adjustments. And these are accruals that popped up. The retirement accrual popped up 4 or 5 years ago. But from a financial accounting perspective, a lot of, I'd say 75% of our boards belong to state retirement. And what the accounting the standards boards, what they require is they will do a calculation as to if you fully funded your retirement this year, what would you have paid, for example, PIVA? You should have paid them $90,000 to fund your requirement. How much did you pay them? We only pay half of it. And it's not the provider's fault. They're paying what every other state employee is. The problem is based on the future benefits. They do an actuarial study. And so what ends up happening is the provider network, in order to be compliant with accounting principles, they have to book an accrual every year for the unfunded retirement liability. And that is a big number. It is a really big number. It surprised me how big it was. And so what we had to do is they claim it as an expense, but Medicaid is not going to reimburse you for an expense you didn't incur. It's just really an accrual. And it's one thing to accrue something for, 90 days. They'll pay for that because you're going to get paid. But these accruals that there's no guarantee they're ever going to be funded, Medicaid's not going to pay for. So we have to adjust the accounting, the appropriate accounting to convert it to what we consider a Medicaid revenue and expense. We have to reverse out those accruals. So we had to back out another almost $2 million. So at the beginning of this analysis, the financial statement said they lost $4 million. Now, after these adjustments, it's down to about $700,000. So the system is not as underfunded as we thought 3 or 4 months ago from a financial perspective. Okay, and that's the financial analysis that is not as dire as the records would look. But now from an operational perspective, Rufus went out, and he's been walking these buildings for 20 years, but he went out and he sampled them. And if you manage to the rate, you may be underserving our people, but breaking even. Meaning I ain't got money to do it right, but I got to stay within my budget. And so that's what Rufus was testing. So I'll open the floor to Rufus, talk about that. And really, we're just kind of giving you feedback of this issue because it was such a big issue, and I think it's being tamped down. The particular provider that wanted to turn the buildings over to us, they have sent us a letter and they're good. Rufus went out there and determined that a number of the individuals they serve were probably on the higher challenging end. And so he is going to move them to other facilities, possibly the regional centers or other providers. And then this provider is going to backfill them with maybe individuals that are better suited for their facility and their staffing to get their costs in line. So we've addressed that. They're happy and we resolve that. But now it's the overall system issue. While we're doing it, I think we have to just check the health of the system. And by financially, I would say the rate that we're giving them financially doesn't meet their costs. And then Rufus is going to say, is that determination? Are they just off a little bit, or are they not providing services because they ain't got enough money? So I'll look at the Rufus.
Pat, before Rufus comes in, what you are actually saying is we need to look at giving some relief funding to ICF.
I think there's room for that discussion. There's room for that discussion. And I think after you hear Rufus's presentation, what you'll hear is there may be a financial loss, but there also may be people being underserved, and it's not showing up in the financial statements. So Rufus will talk about that a little bit.
I don't like the term underserved, but the providers of service are very challenging individuals in this service line, this setting. And with that, some of the things that are lost in the numbers are just the operational and administrative burdens that are placed on operators of ICS. Years that a lot of the things that have been added from a standpoint, due to regulatory changes, as well as changes in operational standards, which are promulgated by CMS. you know, providers have just absorbed these costs over the years.
Mhm.
While the anticipated deficit is less than what we initially presumed, there are some hardships out there in the provider network that need to be addressed immediately. And particularly in the ICF, we know the ICF service
You said immediately?
immediately.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
expound on that a little bit.
But with just the things that we've talked about in the past, and some of the things you heard from providers earlier, you know, the issue with securing adequate staff and staff with higher acumen to be able to care for some of the state's most vulnerable citizens who reside in community facilities, it's lacking. We're doing it, and our provider network is doing it to the best of their abilities, but the work is not sufficient to adequately meet the growing needs of people who reside in ICS. And there are some unfunded mandates in terms of training and quantified differences in the service line that we can take into account.
So if we don't take this action, what happens?
They continue to have pain.
And we continue to not necessarily, like Pat was saying, get the best services for these individuals because there's not enough money in the system to really provide those services.
So then we recommend that we go ahead on and fund it.
There's also private provider options if somebody decides to give up their ICF. I mean, I'm thankful that we fixed this particular ICF that is having so much trouble, which happens to be down near where I live, but we fixed them by moving that person around, those people around. So couldn't we move other people around to other places? If they're too high functioning to move them, couldn't we move them to another setting?
It's complex, and that provider was doing a great job, given the resources that we have. And the reason why their costs are so great was because of the unique needs of the individuals that they serve. They were service, very skilled service, very challenging. People that are in their care, they don't have to do that. But, so that was a collaborative effort, and people on the ground definitely provided, illuminated their challenges. So beyond the numbers, it's about the people being served and what their needs are. Providers doing the best they can, you know, given the rest of it.
Now, let me ask a question. You're talking about the rates we have. We're talking about what we're paying our direct care staff. Is that where we're at?
Operators of ICS.
Okay. I just wanted to verify that. Can you tell me what that rate is, or how is it different? Okay.
And when we go to fee for service, not if, because I hope before I die we do. That rate would be somewhere in that neighborhood. I mean, the rate would be probably more than that in a fee for service situation.
Just another factor here is, you know, we did pass through it. We are fee for service now in that service. But again, it goes back to market rates. We've talked a lot about the Mercer report, and I'm thankful that HHS is they're just going to take the ball and solve it themselves, which that's great news. I didn't know that until you said it. I'm glad. Mercer didn't even look at the ICF community rate for a number of reasons. And we've had discussions with them and said, we need that looked at so that we can get that market rate too. So it's like we're living in this world of we can only get a rate if our costs go up, but our costs can't go up until the rate goes up. And we just need to do a market rate. So I don't know what the market rate is. I can tell you whatever we're giving them, they're spending a little bit more than that. But
those expenditures seem reasonable.
Yes.
You have examined it.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's what I'm getting at.
Yes.
Are there 5 that we're talking about? How many entities are we talking about? That
19 providers.
19.
And you know, their profit and loss range from somebody might have made $150,000 and some lost $400,000.
They robbed Peter to pay.
They robbed Peter to pay Paul.
They're not.
Other services that they offer, they get paid.
That's right. The way our system works right now, there's not fee for service. So they get a band amount of money and then they use it for whatever they need to use it for, which is not the way it should work. That's why we want fee for service.
We want fee for service, yeah.
And we want a lot of things to change with fee for service, which is a whole nother story, including the waiting list. That's the way to get the waiting list down. But in my opinion, but anyway.
So Pat, what do we need to do as a commission?
I don't want to, every time there's a rate issue, I don't think we should come and say, hey, you know, let's throw state funds at it. I don't think that's a good solution.
I don't think it is either.
But I do believe because the issue was raised, we looked at it. Financially, it's not as big as we have. From a perspective of, like Rufus said, from not underserving, but They're underserving to me. They are not being served adequately. But we need a rate study to make that determination. So, do we do something interim? If this was any other year and our normal reserves are, $200,000, this would be a non-starter. It'd be like, we don't have enough money for ourselves, let alone to do that. But we are in a 6.2%. We've been very conservative this year. And we've solved a lot of the provider problems behind the scenes with FMAP money, as well as underutilization day program. But we are going to end up the year at about $50 million in cash reserves. So if there is a time to do something,
how much
it would be now.
How much to fix this?
Rufus has a good idea, but I don't want to I don't want to put you guys in a bad spot unless, Rufus, give me your idea. Give me your idea.
Actually, it came from the provider, so can't take credit for it, but actually, I mean, they can go up and shut up bed fees. And turns code of law reads that the licensee shall impose a bed for it. Bed fee shall impose on the licensee of the ICF. DDSN is the licensee. However, we impose the bed fee on our providers. And so, respectfully, I agree with Ralph. And it's something that we need to look at beyond today. But as a means of immediate relief, I would propose a immediate moratorium on imposing bed fees to our providers. So DDSN technically is the licensee.
Mr. Chairman, I would move on that motion.
Have an explanation on that, please.
How much? Let's do this. We've got a motion. Do we have a second on the motion?
I'm not sure I understand the proposal. The bed fees are.
We would not charge the providers the bed fee.
It's not related to what is that related to what we
No,
were?
I think what Rufus is trying to say is right now we have a system that's $600,000 underwater. We are charging them about $1.5 million a year in bed fees. And that is, someone's raised the legal challenge that we shouldn't be doing that. And I think we have to research that and make determinations on it.
But if we did it, we would be able to help solve the problem through the back door for the meantime.
It would be a short-term solution for a year, but we ultimately got to get these bed fees with the providers, because if we don't get it with them, we're not going to get the rate and get it matched. You follow me? We just can't pay $1 million out of our own pocket every year with state funds.
This moratorium would help them to be able to catch the situation back up until we can get the increase. Is that correct, what you're saying?
They're always behind the curve, and Gary can attest to this on ICF communities. If you did this, that would put them a little bit north of where they financially are for this year. But I think it has to be a 1-year cap so that it gives us time to do legal research. And it gives us time to figure out how to get it back into the providers' costs, because if it's not in their costs, we can't get a rate for it. So it's a really short-term solution.
Right, because when we go to fee for service, we couldn't get that additional money, right?
If we legally had to pay it, we would be paying out of our pocket.
I'll second the motion.
We got a motion and a second. Further questions? Gary, are you on?
I think I got it.
Okay. I know that trying to catch a lot of stuff, even with what an ICF is, probably.
I figured it out.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I apologize.
Yeah, that's fine. Other questions with regard to that?
That's something I was going to remind everyone of, that we have a new commissioner, and a lot of these ICF, IDRD, they don't know what these mean. I've been there.
We all.
Just remember, for a little while, we need to use full terminology.
Well, we do anyway.
We do anyway, exactly.
But even more today.
Chairman, to clarify the motion is to incorporate exactly what was said.
A 1-year moratorium.
1-year moratorium, while the research is done, with the clear understanding built into this that we can come back and revisit the issue.
To be taking care of the immediate.
We get a market rate, we figure out the legal issue, we get this cost over here, and then in a year, we have to get out of it. It can't be an entitlement forever. That's my point.
So is the moratorium from June 1st of this year coming up to June 1st of next year, or is a moratorium from when to when?
Can I ask that we possibly, for time-wise, could it be until we fully take that part fee for service, or?
No, because we have to add that into the rate in order to get the proper fee for service number.
Oh, okay.
In the short run, we pay this every month.
Okay.
We literally can adjust their payment every month.
Okay.
If you see that schedule, we itemize the band.
Okay.
The bed fees that we take out, we can just add them back with the very next payment if you authorize.
So Pat, restate my motion so that it's clear.
I would just say, starting
Suspend the bed fee.
starting with the next reasonable monthly payment. And I think it'll be beginning in June, unless there's a timing difference with how we do our books down there. We start it and we do it for 12 calendar months, and then it ends.
From June to June.
June to June.
Right, whatever day in June. So
whenever
for the record, it's from June to
Yeah, be
June.
good.
And incorporated within that is the study that you have discussed, and the staff can fill all that in based on our discussion.
Legal research and
Yeah.
develop, part of our job is we don't set the rates, but we need to do a better job from a cost analysis.
I'm just trying to, yeah, I understand. So y'all are gonna handle that part, and that at the conclusion of the 12 months, this will be renewed unless the commission takes further action. Okay?
Mr. Chairman, I couldn't state it better myself.
Good, because you didn't. All right, so we've got.
One question,
Okay.
one question. How many ICFs are we talking about? I mean, as I figured up per bed for a year, it'd be $3,102.50 per bed. Okay?
482 licensed slots in community ICS.
Okay.
Keeping in mind that not all beds are filled, and so
Okay.
there's reconciliation at the end of the year.
Okay.
All right, any further questions?
You made the statement that some of our people were not getting proper service. Is there a way we could tie that to this?
No, what I spoke to was the provider hardship. You know, it costs more to do business in today's time, and providers are having a hard time finding staff. They're having a hard time finding staff paying $13 an hour for frontline.
Increase the service because we'll be able to hire staff.
That's part of the rate study.
It's part of the rate study.
Yes, sir.
With regard to that item, then all in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Good solution. Rufus.
And
Clever.
just for, let the record reflect that Commissioner Blackwood had to leave at 2, so she did not vote. It's my understanding she may be joining us remotely as she travels, but just, we still have a quorum, but just let the record reflect that Commissioner Blackwood was not available to vote for that one. Was there anything else proposal wise, Rufus, that you had, or was that that was it?
We can have some as we meet. We're forming a cohort of ICF providers and.
Nothing
operators.
for us today, though.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay, just want to make sure we weren't cutting you off, that you got a full
I just have one
presentation.
quick question. When a bed is vacated, how long do we pay for them to have how long do we pay for that bed before if it's not filled for some reason, how long do we pay for it as if it is filled?
During the public health emergency, it's 60 days. But outside of before the public health emergency, it was 30 days.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Chairman, could I ask a question?
Certainly.
Approaching 2 o'clock, is there anything on the agenda that can be postponed till next month?
Good question.
Well, I don't mind marathon. I'm just not sure that, you know, if we're at it for 5 hours, that we.
So the next 2 items are updates. There's things, you know, the financial update is a pretty quick motion.
You need to do the legislative update.
Yeah. I mean, if I'll put it this way, if somebody wants to make a proposal of something that they want to remove from the agenda, we can move to amend the agenda.
Well, if I were on the agenda, I'd sure move to next month.
Ann has been sitting here all day, so I hate to jump over her. And that's the quarterly report. Maybe let's do this. Ann, can you give us an abbreviated version of, because when we do get this quarterly, so it should go pretty quickly with respect to our new commissioner. Maybe we sort of go through that, and we'll try to. There's the one issue on the hurricane season that I brought up that I let everybody know that I want to talk to. Let's just try to keep it moving.
Do you want me to approach?
Yes, go ahead and use, let's Yeah, let's do, okay, yeah, use the mic there if you would, Ann, please. Thank you.
Don't say
Okay.
whatever you were gonna say, let's cut it in half. How about that?
Yeah.
I am happy to do
let's
so.
that. Thank you. And
So-
we're on tab 11, I believe.
Yes, I believe it is tab 11. So good afternoon. And I just wanted to say that throughout the meeting, you guys have heard a lot about the COVID-19 impacts on the service delivery system, whether it's human resources or the tangible resources within our provider network. The incident management report is no exception. We have certainly seen the impact as we look at the numbers of abuse allegations and critical incidents, and certainly the fatalities throughout our system. The third quarter provides a unique perspective in terms of comparison from March 31st of 2020 at the beginning of the pandemic versus March 31st of 2021. When we look at the numbers, it is interesting to see that our overall abuse, neglect, and exploitation reports have actually dropped by 100 versus this point in time last year. They've also dropped by 50 for the regional centers, which is much more significant given the number within that population. So we are still tracking right now at about 45 reports a month in the community for abuse allegations, and about 11 or 12 a month for the regional centers. We have had an increase in the number of standard of care allegations that have been verified over the past year. For March 31st of 2020, we had 72 verified violations, and March 31st of this current year, we were up to 110. I'll remind you guys that the reports typically lag behind by 6 to 8 weeks just due to the processing and the closure through the Ombudsman office. Of course, our providers and regional centers continue to do their administrative reviews. Our arrest rates are down. We had a higher number of arrests in fiscal year 20. The rate is down for fiscal year 21, thankfully. But in between those numbers, our providers are doing administrative reviews. They're continuing to look for policy or procedural violations. They are training staff, retraining staff, and taking those appropriate actions. Our critical incidents are holding pretty steady. We are monitoring the increase in suicidal ideations, but otherwise, those numbers do appear steady. Our deaths have increased quite a bit. Our deaths have increased. This is where we've seen the greatest impact due to COVID. We've had 40 deaths across our service system. And I also want to remind everybody, of course, that we do have a population that is aging in place. So that is going to impact the number of deaths that we have reported overall. For the current year, 59 of our 92 reported deaths in community settings are for individuals over the age of 60. And 32 of those deaths are for people over the age of 70. In the regional centers, likewise, 19 of 35 deaths in the regional centers are for people over the age of 60, with 7 being over the age of 70. Behind COVID, respiratory failure and pneumonia in general are reported as the cause of death for most of those residents. Do you have any questions for me about the incident management report?
And do you think these numbers are related to, obviously, we know our numbers are, we're having staffing issues in our regional centers. Are you tracking that related to this by any chance?
Yes, when we see the reports for the regional centers, I feel like there's definitely a correlation between the staffing shortages. I think that for the most part, the standard of care allegations that are verified are a reflection of those staff shortages, because they're not able to provide the level of supervision that someone may need. If they don't have enough staff showing up, then the one-on-one support may not take place as it was intended. Behavior support plans may not be carried out, as they are supposed to be. People may, just the general interactions between the staff and the people they're supporting may not be as respectful as it could be when they're short-staffed and trying to make do.
So it has to do with staff shortage, a lot of it.
Yes.
leadership.
It's a management issue though, really.
Well, they got to get some staff in there for them to manage, I think. There's not any management there. At $13 an hour, it's hard to find quality staff.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate the report. Appreciate you abbreviating your report. I'm going to give you a short shift. Next item on the agenda is the legislative update, and Constance is going to be filling in for that.
Really briefly for time. So after the last commission meeting, which was last month, we had public input in regards to the regulations that we were proposing. We had several individuals who made public comment. The legislative committee headed by Commissioner Thomas has decided to hold a meeting with those individuals who provided public comment. I believe you scheduled that meeting for May 27th, Commissioner Thomas.
We may have to move that date, but
okay.
You know, but what I wanted was staff to have as much of this in writing as possible.
Correct.
It wasn't so much to meet with them as to have the documents so that we could study what they said.
And I believe, Susan, you correct me if I'm wrong, I believe we've got a lot of the public comment thus far in writing, that we received it from the last 3 out of 4.
Well, that's what we were after. We sort of had a time frame, and so that was the date for the time. Not that there was a meeting that was scheduled that in my mind. Okay. I just wanted to have a deadline, and so I gave that as a deadline to staff to try to have everything in writing for us by the 27th.
The legislative session has ended. It ended May 13th. There will still be some conference committees and budget work to be done. As of yet, DDSN has not heard from the Ways and Means Committee to see if they would like for us to come in for another budget presentation. In regards to specific bills, there has been no movement on bill number S533, which is the sub minimum wage bill. There also hasn't been any movement, but there has been an introduction of a counter bill. The Senate bill is 743, and that's the bill that is proposing to make DDSN a cabinet agency. The House introduced the same exact bill, and that bill is House number 4352. Both of those word versions of those bills have been provided to the commission. They're identical, but as you're aware, the session has ended, so there will be no further movement on those bills in this session.
So they are identical. I asked a question about that by email by the lady that works for us. I didn't get an answer. So they are identical?
Yes, they are identical.
Okay.
Inside your packet, you have a listing of all the bills that we're tracking. I won't go, for time purposes, I won't go into each bill. I would just ask if the commissioners have a specific question about a particular bill that they want to cover right now.
Well, we're out of session at this point, so
yes.
it's
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I got you. I do have one thing. I want to make sure that the providers out there who are listening understand that these two bills, the one that's in the House, S743 and H4352, both those bills will have a significant impact, not just on this commission, but it will impact them as to who they can go to for help. If this becomes a cabinet agency, there won't be monthly meetings where they get to provide, monthly input to those making decisions for them. And the people necessarily running the agency won't have personal relationships to those who have disabilities. And I think that's very, very, very important for providers and those out there receiving services from this agency, that they understand that it's important that people that are making decisions about DDSN and about the DDSN policies have a clear understanding of what the needs are of our consumers. And I think, if you look around this board, at least 4 of us, 4 of the 7 I know, either have or currently do someone in their family receives services, and our consumers. So I think that's very, very important point. And I think that, that we need to remind our providers and those consumers that they need to contact their state legislators and express to them their concern with this bill, these two bills, because they have not thought that process through, I don't believe.
That's quite true, except, and also to say that there's consequences that nobody in this room or that room, any of those rooms understand right now. I mean, we're not even sure what this bill is going to end up doing and saying, and there's a lot of unintended consequences to that, I think. But
well,
anyway.
I know we at least are out there talking with our provider network, and we're out there talking with consumers on a daily basis. I don't know whether these legislators understand the volume of time that's spent on a voluntary basis by this commission to do those things. And if they take away this commission, there will be no one for those consumers and folks to call. I mean, it's just, it will not be.
Well, if I could say, may I just throw out this, that we are all aware of the transparency that goes on every month as we hear from every element, from audits to quarterly reports, everything else that's available to thousands of people across the state just by listening. Now, if it goes cabinet, you're not going to get that. There's an incredible amount of transparency. You're not, I mean, decisions will be made. You won't know why exactly it was made and who do you go to. So there is a kind of representative element to this, as you know, because everybody's appointed from a congressional district. That's for a reason. So big things change, and no matter what you feel about the commission and what's happened over the years, 10 years ago, I was quoted as saying maybe that's what should happen. We should go to cabinet form. So I'm not just saying it's a stupid decision, of course. I mean, I was advocating this 10 or 12 years ago. I think we worked through a lot of problems in the last 10 or 12 years, and we're maybe on the verge of some huge breakthroughs by the finalization of fee for service. And so I would say to those people listening, you're about to see a major, major change in your ability to help direct the agency in the way you want the agency to be directed. But at the same time, boy, it's a legislative decision. So there you go.
Well,
this commission.
Is there any, do we want to make any motions regarding any kind of legislative?
I don't think we should speak to the legislation. I mean, not per se.
I don't mean speaking to being opposed to the legislation. I mean, we are not in a position to make any motions about changing our legislative situation.
Yeah. No. The only thing that we know is that this commission here is feet on the ground in direct communication with the citizens it serves, and we can reach them, they can reach us. That's the bottom line based on what I'm hearing and what I'm seeing and what's actually
very
happening.
Very nice summary.
Right.
Very nice summary.
Right. That's feet on the ground.
All right, so unless there's any other questions with regard to legislative update, let's keep it rolling. Let's keep it on the road. Next time on the agenda under new business would be the hurricane season planning. And then I assume this is where my issue that I asked to be addressed is going to be addressed.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Good afternoon. I'm going to try to be as quick as possible. And Rufus is going to back clean up here for me. The 2020 hurricane season was one of the most active in recent years. We had 30 named storms, 12 made landfall. Fortunately, none of those storms made landfall in South Carolina, so we were very lucky that with COVID going on, that we didn't have to deal with a storm making landfall. And it was an unusual season in that there was activity throughout the season. Season runs, as you know, from June 1st to November 30th, but the most active portion of the season is usually August to October. Last year we saw activity throughout, and it's not supposed to be, this year is not forecast to be as active. However, I would say there is a low pressure system in the middle of the Atlantic right now that we're watching. So we'll keep an eye on it. It's 800 miles off the coast of Bermuda, so we're just watching it right now. But it is forecast to develop into a storm. In terms of preparation for hurricane season, the DDSN Emergency Operations Center has collected and reviewed hurricane plans from all of the coastal providers, as well as the inland providers who have evacuation agreements with those providers. And we are still collecting plans from the inland providers, but we front load the coastal providers for good reason. And we expect the rest of the plans are due May 28th, and we would expect to have that a review of all of the plans completed by the first week or two in June. DDSN traditionally schedules its annual emergency operations meeting to coincide with the beginning of Atlantic hurricane season, which this year's meeting will be held this Monday, May 24th at 1 p.m. It's going to be a Microsoft Teams meeting with all of the providers around the state, and we'll give them general updates. We'll have a speaker, Derek Becker from EMD is going to speak. We will also have an update on engineering. We'll have an update on procurement during emergencies. We'll have an update on communications and how communications should proceed during emergencies. And then we're also going to have a discussion of COVID-19 protocols for evacuations. Last year, in anticipation of an evacuation, we pre-deployed PPE to the shelter so that the providers who were evacuating didn't have to pack as much PPE to bring with them. That PPE, because we didn't use it, is still pre-deployed. And so that, along with the increased availability of PPE, we think is going to alleviate a lot of concerns as far as needs at the shelters for that those particular items. And so what we will do is we'll continue to do what we did last year. We had a good model of communication prior with the anticipated evacuees and their inland partners. We'll have Teams meetings with them and keep them in the loop as far as what is expected from EMD, what EMD is putting out, and what the Weather Service is putting out, and what we're expecting as far as timelines for evacuation orders, things like that. One thing that we developed during COVID, which was very helpful, and we found that it's been very well received, is our situation reports. These are just items where we put out information that they may not have seen, that stuff that is pertinent to that disaster. So we've put out a lot of information for COVID that way, as far as information for CDC, CMS, things like that. We'll do that for hurricane season. We'll begin those reports as soon as the hurricane guide is ready. EMD anticipates to have the hurricane guide live in the coming week or so, and we will be ready to issue our first Atlantic hurricane season 2021 situation report then. So that's what we have as far as communication. I know that you're also concerned about the cost of and what we're going to do as far as flexibilities for providers who are affected with day programs, residential programs, et cetera. And Rufus is going to address that.
Thank you, Rob. Over the past years, our provider network has really shown resilience in supporting one another during crises. And so during hurricane season, we've had, or previous hurricane seasons, we've had mandatory orders calling for evacuation of, so agencies operating residential programs and day services on the coast would have to pack up shop, close down their programs to head inland. And we're fortunate enough to have providers who operate day programs here in Columbia and throughout the state. Babcock Center, Burton Center, Tri Development, Max Abilities have opened their doors to receive evacuees and also provide staffing support. And we can't thank them enough, and other providers who have pitched in to help those who have been impacted by emergency orders to evacuate. But given our migration to fee-for-service for day services, this year, if there's a call to evacuate, providers who close and offer up this generosity will have an economic hardship. And as an agency, we have to take that into account in terms of our operations, because without their generosity and availing their facilities as well as their staffing support, which is phenomenal. If hopefully we won't have an event, but if we do, I would invite you all to come in. It's truly remarkable, not only for the agencies evacuating in terms of packing up tens, and in some cases like Charleston, hundreds of individuals served and staff to come down for multi-day events away from their homes and families, and places like Babcock, Burton Center opening up their doors in Newberry to house evacuees, and they do it with a smile and with the utmost professionalism. But in today's time, fee-for-service, again, we have to look at the economic hardships that these agencies will endure in the event that they are ordered to evacuate.
We'll figure it out.
That's what
We'll figure it out.
Thank you. And as a result, what we'll do, and we have already engaged Health and Human Services in terms of learning more about emergency provisions and flexibilities, doing a declaration of an emergency, and we'll continue to do that. Rob has established some key contacts at Emergency Management Division, as well as with FEMA. And so we'll continue to work in concert with our provider network to make sure that they know that the commission endorses the continued activities of serving as emergency sheltering sites, doing a declaration of an emergency, calling for evacuation and providing emergency shelter. And we should also look at extending similar flexibilities and economic relief to agencies who are ordered to close and evacuate as well.
Yeah, I just don't want there to be any hesitation under the new fee-for-service model that they're providing shelter for people in need for them to get in any way to be economically disincentivized to do that. That needs to be real clear that we're going to make sure they get covered.
In a hint of that existed, the commission just wiped away. So thank you.
Commissioner Malford, you're going to say something?
I was just going to say that I don't think any member of the commission would want that to happen. I don't think it was.
We just want to make it real clear.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think you have the commitment of everyone on this commission that if someone is putting up someone for in an emergency situation, that we will do whatever it takes financially to take care of them.
Thank you.
I did all that.
Thank you.
Next item is the waiver key indicators, tab 13, Kyla Schultz. Or Susan's going to start.
I'll start them back again, but I'll be brief. I did want to make sure you all are aware that Kyla Schultz is here. She's waving at you now, and she's our executive risk manager. I don't think you've met her before, but some of you all are new. And then Ann Dalton, who's the director of quality management. And these products that you have in tab 13 are from this area of DDSN. We're presenting them to you all because it's required in executive limitations to make sure in 10D it states the quality management related issues of measurement and quality reviews are presented. And these tools that, as I said, are in tab 13 are the way our quality improvement organization measures provider performance. So just a little bit of context on this. So of course, the Department of Health and Human Services holds the waivers that we operate for them. So we are a contractor of them. And then for the services, DDSN then subcontracts to the provider network. So those are boards and then our qualified providers. So the indicators came about as a way to provide DDSN assurance that these subcontractors were providing adequate services. And then through the time that those were first implemented, the Department of Health and Human Services eventually determined that they wanted to have some authority over those indicators. So they approved them every year, and they will actually take these drafts and then work them further, make additional changes, and mark certain indicators recoupable, which means if an indicator is not met, then funding can be returned for them not being met. So I just wanted to make sure you all are aware kind of that context. So in your binders, you have 12 different tools. 9 of those are associated with their contract compliance reviews for waivers. 1 for early intervention, which is also a DHHS related service, and then 2 for licensing. So just kind of another context item, as the quality improvement organization goes through the review process for a provider, they use these indicators with the guidance and the review procedures to complete those reviews. But the indicators originated from the service standards. So just like in policy committee meeting on Tuesday, we reviewed employment service standards. So the standards are just the basics of what's required to deliver service. Then we take those standards, we review which ones do we need to measure, although all providers should meet all standards and directives at all times. These indicators are derived for just some essential ones that we really need to collect data on for the service system. And then there's accompanying guidance just to make sure that everyone understands what the indicator means. And so that's why we think it's so important to get provider feedback on the indicators. We have shared these drafts with the provider network. We're seeking additional feedback. And so this is kind of our I have kind of a phase 1 to tell you all about and kind of a phase 2. So phase 1 is the drafts you see before you in your binder. And given the fact that we are in the final year of our quality improvement organization, 5-year contract, we have so many numbers around here, our 5-year contract, we chose not to make significant changes this year. And so that provides some consistency, but it also gives us the time to do them right for next year, to really look thoroughly at the standards, look at the guidance in those service standards, and then build indicators that would be an advancement of the system moving forward. So that's kind of the phase 2 for fiscal year 22.
That's the Alliant contract?
The QIO is
QIO,
Alliant
yeah,
currently.
right.
So in the past, the award has changed periodically, so we can't assume that they will be the same one, but potentially they could. But during a final year of a contract, usually don't make really drastic changes. So that kind of represents the overview of kind of our phase 1, which is right now. These are the indicators we're recommending for fiscal year 22. And then for next year at this time, hopefully a little sooner, we'll have a more significantly revised set of indicators because we'll have gone through a number of other steps to be really comprehensive to make sure everything tracks completely and is an advancement. If you all have any, I know it's very late in the day, but if you have any questions, certainly staff are here to ask about certain areas or certain services, but we are just really asking for conceptual approval today so that we can go ahead and continue working with providers and DHHS for approval.
In other words, conceptual approval of moving forward with these standards as our
these indicators,
targeting,
yes.
not change it immediately, but for the next quality assurance.
Yeah, so conceptual approval for this set, and then also kind of my phase 2 description that next year we'll have another approach to use. We'll start in the first quarter of this fiscal year 22 as well to kind of get those prepped and go through the whole process.
Okay, would entertain a motion to that effect.
So move.
We have a second.
Second, Barry.
Any discussion with regard to that item?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, so Mr. Koch and others, if anybody on here doesn't, that our policy committee went through this as well, and before it came here, and it's coming here for final, really, after the policy committee.
Thank you for that work. Any other questions? All right, hearing none, all in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? and let the record reflect that Commissioner Blackwood is now available to us, again, and was able to vote. Hearing no opposition, that is approved. Thank you guys for putting that together in that presentation. All right, next time on the agenda
Mr. Chairman.
is, yes, sir.
I just want to ask Commissioner
Blackwood,
how does she hear us coming in since she's mobile?
Yeah,
How are
yeah,
you
no, I can hear, yep, I can hear everybody really well. Thank you for asking.
good. That's a good sign.
So it's really.
The IT folks are full of grins right now. You should
Yes,
see they're all wiping their brows while they're grinning.
Ikazuki towel, come in.
Yes, yes.
Okay, next time on the agenda is the state of at-home day services recovery from COVID. Pat and Rufus.
I'll kick it off with this back here. We're bringing this to you today because the at-home day service is the most impacted service by COVID-19 of all of our services. Just to give everybody some perspective.
Okay, I'm going to interrupt for a second. Sorry, I'm going to interrupt for a second.
Pat's
He
not
was
turned
talking.
Pat did not turn himself on.
All right, I'm not checked out yet. Okay.
Okay, good.
Is that better,
So
Rob?
yes,
Can you hear now?
yes,
Okay.
perfect. Thank
Okay.
you. Okay.
Just to give you some perspective, we have about 13,300 individuals in our waivers. 4,000 are in residential settings and 9,300 are at home. And when you look at day program services, we serve both of these populations. Our residential population, day services, shortly after COVID hit, everybody was shelter in place. But then Appendix K kicked in and CMS said, hey, you can serve your residential individuals in the residences. So they've been getting day services essentially since like May and June of 2020. So if you look at the chart, the more complex chart, people in the residential settings are getting their day services. They're about 100%. It's the at-home individuals, these 9,300 people who, for a long time, had no services, and then they're coming back slowly. And the first chart I show you in your tab 14 is this at-home individual groups attendance compared to pre-COVID levels. And you can see from June of last year, it was at 15%, and it's gone up to 51% in April. And the reason this is important is that it is the main service line that serves our individuals in the county. It's one of the main services that we provide. It coming back is a function of a couple of things. One is some individuals are just not coming back because of the conditions. Some don't want to ever come back. But at the same time, you have to have a provider network willing to serve them. And when we did this analysis, and I'll give you the thumbnail of the more detailed chart on the second page, when you look at April, we have, of our 42 providers out there, we have 15 of them that are under 30%. We have another 22 between 40 and 70%, and 7 over 70%. And I mean percentages, what they're doing now compared to pre-COVID levels. So even though there's an average of 50, there's a variation out there. So in 15, essentially in 15 counties, they're less than 30%. We have 4 that are less than 10%. Okay, why are they not coming back? There could be a number of reasons. They may not be able to hire enough staff to put on the floor to bring them back safely. It could be a function of when you start an operation from zero, when you open that door for the first time post-COVID, you have overhead and staff waiting there to serve 10% of the people. You're going to lose money immediately. So the providers that have jumped into the fight and they've climbed their utilization up to 70% plus, they've been losing money for many months. There's just no doubt about it, because you have to have more on the floor because you don't know who's going to show up, let alone the management and the lights and the building. So they've suffered hardships getting back started. The ones that haven't started, there are a couple of reasons for it, but we need to get them started. And so when you look on the second chart here in these yellow boxes at the bottom, what that tells you in cold hard numbers is the system-wide is losing about $1.5 million per month in April than where they were April 2019. 20, fiscal year 19, fiscal April of 19. So the system's losing money. Everybody's losing different levels of money depending how much they're back in. And we're bringing that to your attention because when it comes to the $40 million that is going to come through the 10% FMAP, I believe that's going to be one of the main short-term uses of our money to get them refurbished and restarted and access to our individuals to get services. What the human service provider proposed this morning was they kind of in their headline, maybe they said 6.2% money. What they're basically saying is you may not have the 10% money now, but you got $50 million in the bank. Now, I'm not proposing we do anything. All I'm saying is right now they are suffering $1.5 million loss, and that's one issue. And our job is not to be retainer payments for services not provided. I would argue that as day programs for at-home individuals are starting to escalate up, many have already suffered. Many have taken economic loss just to get to 70%. Many haven't gotten in the game because they may not want to suffer an economic loss. Because when you start serving, even though social distancing is coming down, it's not gone away. So what we're saying is they are suffering gap losses of $1.5 million a month, and that we have at least 15 providers, less than 30%. And I don't know if Rufus has sent this out to them or will send them out to them, but what we learned in waiver case management is when we give people feedback so they know where they're at, it's a stimulator to, oh, I didn't know I was that bad. Oh, I didn't know I was that good. It helps them see where they're at to move forward. So I believe when we send this out today or tomorrow, what they're going to see is the people who are on the lower end of the bell curve, they're going to really want to get back into the fight because for whatever reason they haven't. All I'm suggesting is that in the next 2 or 3 months before the 10% FMAP hits, there is reason for us to consider some sort of gap funding. Now, I don't want to put you guys on the spot. I don't want to say what it would be. I just think that you heard it from the providers, you hear it from us. We have resources. Do we want to consider filling some gaps in the next 2 or 3 months before the 10% FMAP hits? Rufus, hit me.
This $1.5 million loss of that or decreased revenue?
Decreased revenue.
They're not losing that much money, they just don't have the revenue coming in.
They don't have the revenue coming in, and some of them have shed staff in the last 4 or 5 months. This has been going on for a long time, but I think they hung on to their staff as long as they could. But they are starting to lay them off, and now they have to bring some back.
If the revenue decrease, that means we have that revenue in our bank.
That's why we have the $1 million.
Okay.
That's exactly right. That's a good part of it.
Before Mr. Britt gets started, they have not seen this yet.
No.
Okay, so then, based on what you have said, then we're going to be looking for some feedback, correct?
Well, I just want to say there's two providers on here who have done exceptional. I mean, they're at 100% or more, which I am just, that's
remarkable.
That is awesome. Can I say who they are? Do you care?
You're giving them props.
Number 33 on our list is York Adult Enrichment Center is at 102.3%. That's pretty darn good. And then number 10 on our list, Programs for Exceptional People. I don't know where those two organizations are, but whatever they're doing, everybody needs to call those people that are running those programs and find out what they're doing and do it everywhere else across this state.
I believe Programs for Exceptional People is a private provider.
Well, it's at 100%. 100.2. So that's pretty exceptional. I mean, and I think those two programs should be recognized as doing exceptional work if those numbers hold true.
So, Mr. Chairman, for the record, so that we are on sound, solid ground, we need to get the feedback once that get out back to us so that however we vote, we'll have a good, solid reason to vote.
Well, we need to go ahead, Rufus. Again,
Actually, that's a good sentiment. And as you guys go out on your and to listen to stakeholders, I think, you know, it will reinforce whatever information or intel we gather from providers.
I just think it just all boils down to the plan. We have to make a plan and decide how we're going to spend this money in a directed, planned manner instead of just saying, well, how many, what do you need for this? What do you need for that? And we need to figure out what our priorities are and how we want to prioritize. And because it's not about money, it's all about priorities and how you want to prioritize.
100%. So it's been a hallmark of this agency for way too long that everything is done ad hoc. There are a million here,
Right.
a million there.
Exactly.
As opposed to it being a long plan. Yeah.
Exactly.
Get feedback from the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't disagree at all with feedback. Just we take that feedback back and then we make a plan that we think is proper.
That's part of the plan.
Yeah. And hear from families and the individuals served. I think that's important because
when I go to where we're going, I would encourage families to come.
Yep.
That's all I got to tell you where it's at.
That's for information. No action being requested at this point.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Anything else from you, Rufus?
No. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from the commission?
Mr. Chairman, he will bring us back a report at the next.
No, we're gonna.
I'd like to see us get some more feedback from those from the providers and the consumers at our community meetings that we're planning, and then see how we can help them individually, you know, because I don't think it's going to be I don't think it's what works in one part of the state is not necessarily what's going to fix the problem in another part of the state. So I think we're going to have to look at each individual situation and see how we can help.
I think Commissioner Miller is asking for an update next month.
Yeah, we need time.
Okay.
So for purposes of our agenda next month, let's add this item under old business.
I agree with that.
And we'll give you the May results. And you'll hear the qualitative side when you talk to them.
Yep.
Good.
That's perfect.
Takes us out of thin air.
All right, next on the agenda is financial update.
Make this very brief. Please. What you have is our normal report, which is solely expense-based. We're 83% through the year as of the end of April, and we're at 76% of spending, so we are obviously under our budgeted amount. The most important thing is revenue side. And on the revenue side, our cash projections, our cash reserves at the end of the year will be $50 million and probably north of $50 million. And that is a function of underutilization of day programs and 6.2% FMAP have contributed to that reserves. And we started the year with like 12 million in reserves. So from a financial perspective, we have healthy reserves, but we remind everybody as we go into next fiscal year, our legislative budget is pending. We had no increase from the governor's office, no increase from the House, and the increase from the Senate side was on $10 million residential, $7 million respite, and a couple of one-time fundings of projects. So we will not get large appropriations, but we may get some. So some of this reserve has to go to fund the agency through next year. And we'll get our spending plan together here shortly, and we'll start going down that road. The only thing else I want to add is we had two directives that we set out for vetting. They were both audit directives, one for private providers and one for boards. We presented it at the Finance Committee last month, and we've gotten feedback on a particular topic. We made a change. Internal audit wanted an increase in sample size for the annual report of agreed upon procedures that comes along with the financial statements. They wanted more testing done on this particular document in terms of Medicaid billing. Providers having heartburn with that the sample size is too big. I tend to agree with them. So what we will do is we will take that feedback, and at the Finance Committee in early June, we will bring our recommendations for adjustments. And the reason I'm making it a public statement today, because they're getting close to year end. Auditors want to know, hey, what's the final decision on these type of things? And my messaging to them is we will be adjusting that downward. How much, I'm not sure, but that will be our recommendation to the Finance Committee. I've talked to Robin about it, and she has that same similar feedback. So I just want to give kind of a heads up to the audit and executive managers out there about that particular topic. And we will adjust it at the Finance Committee in early June, and in the June meeting, come back and hopefully get the directive approved. And that's all I have.
Any questions regarding the report from the commission? Seeing none, but entertain a motion to approve the report as presented. So move. We have a second.
Second.
Barry. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Any abstentions? Hearing no opposition, then that report is approved. Moving on, the next item on the agenda is to go into executive session. There are two issues to be taken up in executive session today. The first is a contractual matter regarding fiscal agent services being provided by Charles Lee. The second is a personnel matter to discuss the state director search. So would entertain a motion to enter into executive session for purposes of those two matters.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, we'll enter into executive session. It is currently 2:40. Let's convene back here at 2:50, take a 10-minute break for restroom purposes, and we will get started at that point in time. Thank you. Do